have put Chris much ahead of that song.
Yes, and you know he's authentic because if you've ever seen him in concert, he sounds the same.
Yeah.
So good.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you straight to the State Board of Education meeting going on right now in Wakulla County in Crawfordville. This is Tina Certain. She is a board member on the Alachua County School Board. She's also the vice chair of that school board. She has come under fire for posts she made on social media in the aftermath of the death of Charlie Kirk. And she is now was invited to this State Board of Education meeting by the Education Commissioner, Stasi Koumoutsas, who talked about this just a little bit ago. She is speaking now, having the chance to answer some questions. And there's been a bit of a testy back and forth between her and some members of the school board. So let's go ahead and listen in live from Wakulla County.
To have it where it is, it's not, where it's not offensive, because I don't want to deal with stuff like this. I have better things to do. I do. I have better things to do than to give an account for every single thing that I say. But just because I'm elected does not mean I cannot speak. I didn't say go and make a threat against any of you all because you've said anything like this. I didn't say go and incite someone to go and do something as a result of the violence that was lodged against Mr. Kirk. People in my community ain't had nothing to do with that. We were upset that they started making threats against HBCUs. He wasn't killed by a black person. We trying to figure out why we are at his ire. I don't get it. I don't get it. And so my professional speech and my accountability, I'm trying to figure out how you all are trying to hold me accountable when I have First Amendment rights. I just don't get that. I don't get how an appointed body can then tell an elected person what they can and can't say, because it's subjective. You have your feelings as to what you think that is appropriate, and I have mine. You all are elevating Mr. Kirk. He's not a hero in my community, with me and with people that I know. And it's not just African Americans. There are people in my community who don't see him as should be elevated. So are we to be dismissed and to be penalized, to be threatened with loss of it? I'm not worried about losing my job, but there's certain people who can't speak. The commissioner issued a letter to all of the teachers all the staff, he had the superintendent send that out, that if they speak, they risk losing their livelihood. There are a lot of people who can't afford to do that. But we didn't see that same thing issued to law enforcement, people in public safety. We didn't see that issued to people in medical or anything, only educators. So that letter wasn't to me. That wasn't sent to me. He didn't send that letter to me. So I'm just, I will stand here and I'll tell you guys that I'm not relinquishing the right to be able to speak freely. And I do understand as a professional, before I was a school board member, I worked in local government. And I do understand what professional speech is and when it's appropriate and when it isn't. And so I wouldn't go into the workplace and speak and say certain things. And just as I stated earlier, my comment was made on a Sunday. I wasn't doomsday scrolling. I was coming back from visiting with my family, as we do on Sundays after church. So.
All right, Member Magar.
Can I just follow up on that? So you believe that your comments absolve public officials from consequences of the way that they might offend someone or cause division?
I believe my personal speech is not in the Florida Constitution or in state statute as a reason for removing me from office. Is that what you're saying? So I'm not sure what consequences you're alluding to. So unless you state them, then I could tell you whether or not I agree with that or not. But
the consequences of just coming up and explaining things.
Why should I have to explain what I said on my personal Facebook page, on my personal time, using my personal device when I have First Amendment rights and I'm elected? If the citizens don't like the way I speak, I'll be up for election in 26. They'll have their chance at the ballot box. If you don't like the way someone speaks, you can do that. If you don't like the way someone votes, that's how we deal with that. Removing me from office or trying to slap my hand and chill my speech, that is not the way that's not the way democracy works, in my view.
Commissioner?
I'd just like the opportunity to respond just because I know a memo that I issued in the immediate aftermath of an assassination that took place on a school campus. Whether it's Bernie Sanders or Charlie Kirk, I've said it from the beginning, that same memo would have been sent. Educators are over young, impressionable minds, and when they are making comments celebrating a school shooting, it is unacceptable. You criticize that memo. So do you encourage such acts to be expressed by teachers? I think you do, and that's why your leadership continues to be a failure. You continue to not understand the point that this state board is trying to communicate to you. You are an example for these children. You are an elected member of a school board setting policy that impacts their daily lives. And so you want to criticize me all day, you have that First Amendment right. But the reality is what I did was make sure that teachers across the state understood that this rhetoric that is impacting the wife of our lieutenant governor, where people are receiving death threats as a result of that rhetoric, needs to be toned down. Why, teachers? Because they're over children, young, impressionable minds. And that is my job as the Commissioner of Education, to make sure that we reminded them of what the example was that they were, something you still struggle with. And today, these posts that you're seeing are not just about Charlie Kirk. There is a repeated pattern, as our member just identified, Layla Collins. You talk about Charlie Kirk as an uneducated white boy. You bring race into this. You talk about this post as it relates to Asian stores, where it says, in 1999, I went to the Beauty Max on Main Street, my then 4-year-old daughter. They followed us around the store. It goes on today to say, as a result of that experience, to this day, I've never been back. I avoid all Asian-owned stores. How do you think those comments make that community feel? And then we go on to the next post, number 3, where it says, in the district operated by A. Green, these again are your words, they move in and then want to change things, SMH. I figured my they is white people. Again, you bring that into your posts. It's ironic that you criticize Charlie Kirk's comments and not recognize that you do, you bring race into your posts. The next slide, part 4. You liked a post that says, white women have always been central to building, maintaining, and protecting racial violence. They weren't the sidelines, they were the architects too. Again, what the board's point is having you recognize and appreciate the significance and the responsibility you hold as a member of a school board that makes decisions that impact children. And what is the example that you are setting for children? This is not the kind of behavior we want to see in our school system. We want to see civil discourse, respectful dialogue. I agree with you. I am a fundamental believer in the First Amendment. But what we are not going to allow happen in this school system in Florida is students be misled by adults into engaging in violent political rhetoric or calling people out because of the way God created them. We want everybody to be treated equally. And I just wanted to have that opportunity to respond.
Chair Petty, please.
Thank you.
So if expressing an opinion on a
Ms. Certain.
Facebook now threatens
Ms.
removal,
Certain,
we've
excuse
entered
me.
a dangerous territory.
Miss Certain, excuse me. You're not recognized. Vice Chair?
Dr. Certain, is racism a moral failing that would affect the ability of a school board member to represent all of the students in their district and support all of the families of those students? Yes or no?
Well,
Yes or no, please?
Miss Certain, you're
I'm not
recognized.
answering that. I'm declining it to answer.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes. How do you think that the thousands of uneducated white boys who have children in your schools can trust that you care about their students and that you support them as parents? How about the Asians? How do you think that your words, whatever you meant or didn't mean by them, how do you think your words affect those students who look to you to support them and to care about them personally and their education?
Miss Certain, you're recognized.
On the advice of my counsel, I would decline to answer that.
Perfect.
Miss Collins, you're recognized.
I just want to, again, patterns, I want to point out something that I think I heard after Member Magar asked you your question. And I think it was something that was pretty profound. You explained that your behavior essentially was irrelevant because you're not with kids. The superintendent oversees the people that are with kids. So are we really saying the board members' behavior should be held at a lesser standard than our teachers? Because that's not leadership.
Miss Certain, you're recognized.
I didn't say my behavior was irrelevant. What I said was that I'm not over students every day, and I don't have the impact and the touch of students. I didn't say it was irrelevant. I don't teach anyone's child on a daily basis.
Sorry, I missed it. So it's less important in your mind because you're not physically there with the kids.
Miss Certain, you're recognized.
Criticizing a public figure is not misconduct. Speaking about issues, some of I can say I'm not going to patronize a store or owned by a certain demographic. I can do that. That was done during Jim Crow. There were many people who didn't speak out during racial segregation because if they did, they wouldn't stand up and do this because they could lose their business, they could lose their livelihood, they could lose their life. So in that post that you all went and dug out, that old post that they went and that was provided to you, I choose not to spend my money in places who don't respect me as a customer. That doesn't disqualify me from holding public office.
Ma'am, I believe you can criticize anything you want to do. I served this country for 20 years. I fundamentally believe in freedom of speech. I have criticism for people that are elected and policies and varying degrees of disagreement all the time. But there is a difference in that and stating that essentially memorializing someone that was publicly executed on a school campus. The issue I have is with the racial undertone and celebrating or not wanting to. You could have said nothing about Charlie Kirk. Lots of people said nothing. You could have said, I disagree with someone. But in this case, it was, why are they memorializing, or whatever word you used, an uneducated white boy? That is what I think everyone up here is trying to explain is the problem, because it is a pattern of lack of regard for certain people.
Vice Chair Certain.
So, as I said earlier, is a rhetorical use of race, framing it as in the same words that Mr. Kirk used. Mr. Kirk called out black pilots, a black doctor. He even went as far as to say Joy Reid, Michelle Obama, Sheila Jackson Lee, Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks. We would have been called racist. Now we're coming out and they're saying it for us. You don't have the brain power or the processing power, I just left out some of that, to otherwise be taken seriously. You had to go and steal a white person's slot. So, Mr. Kirk, my comment, the whole point of it was rhetoric, using his words. And I said that he was uneducated. He had significantly less education than the people that he was criticizing. He is the one who railed against and said that attaining a college degree was like a waste of time. That wasn't me. So in my book, and in my opinion, that's why I used the words that I did. It was not racial animus, as I said earlier. My intent was to use the same language that Mr. Kirk himself used to expose the bias in his rhetoric. And when at the school district we come, as I told you in St. Augustine, you said, how would a conservative parent feel? People come to the district, we don't ask what's your parent's affiliation, religious affiliation, political affiliation. Only students that come in those buildings that people know what they are in their demographic. Black students, sometimes Hispanic students, Asian students, students of color. We know their race. But nobody knows the folks' political affiliation if they don't come in and state that. And when I'm on the dais voting on policy or agenda items, I'm not saying where is this beneficial to, or who is it, what. I'm not asking who's the race of that person. That is not what I'm doing.
Thank you. Board members, I want to move on, and Ms. Certain, Vice Chair Certain, I want to move on a little bit. Let's talk about board meetings for just a moment. As the Commissioner noted earlier in his report, during an Alachua County board meeting, you made the statement, "We live in a country of laws, but the laws ain't always the right thing to do," close quote. I've got a series of questions I'd like you to consider and would request an answer. How can members of the community trust that you, an elected school board member, will uphold the laws after making such a statement at a board meeting, not on social media? Second question, how do you think your statement affected public confidence in your commitment to uphold the law? Third question, what might community members think when they hear a public official question whether laws are the right thing to do? Let me stop with those questions, and then I've got one more for you. Ms. Certain, you're recognized.
So, Mr. Petty, unfortunately, I don't recall saying that, and right now I'm not prepared to give a response to that. I don't recall saying that. I have, since my inception and going, we, as a board, I'm one member of the board, we govern by majority, and I have voted to adopt state statutes as they have been recommended to us by the superintendent and the staff attorney under their guidance. So that is all that I would say for those things there. But I would have preferred if I had been provided with that particular topic prior to entering into this meeting, because the letter that I received and the preparation, what I came prepared to talk about was my social media comment.
Okay, so I'm going to characterize your answer or your response as it's a good thing there are other school board members on the Alachua County School Board, because the community can have some assurance that the board will follow the law even if you don't see fit to. Is that fair?
No, that is not a fair characterization.
That's what I heard.
Well, that's not what I meant. So, and as I said, that's the reason why I am not going to answer that question. If you have questions and you'd like to submit them to me, I will respond to them.
I just have a couple.
It has been my thing. If someone can present evidence as to how I have voted to not follow the law, please do that, because I have followed the law as it pertains to disposing of my duties.
Okay, Ms. Certain. I mean, we've got your statement. That's fine. Let's move on. Slide 6, please. Actually, next slide. All right, Ms. Certain, give you an opportunity to see these, to look at these briefly. But this is taken from your Facebook account.
State Board of Education officials continuing to grill the Alachua County School Board Vice Chair Tina Certain over now not just the comments made about Charlie Kirk, but a number of other social media posts as well. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll get you back inside this meeting on the other side. So keep it here on Fox Local and on YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. A member of the State Board of Education right now speaking as Tina Certain, the Vice Chair of the Alachua County School Board, faces a lot of questions and some grilling here over social media posts, some things that she has said and her handling of some things as well. This has been going on for about an hour now that she has been up at the podium during this State Board of Education meeting going on live right now in Crawfordville. Let's go ahead and listen back in. We've seen board members highlight a number of comments she's made on social media and pulling out several posts and reactions to things as well. So let's go ahead and listen back in here.
Here you go. Went to sleep, nothing happened. But I'll never forget that at the board meeting, one of my teachers at that district, she sat there and she waited the entire board meeting. We had our first break, and she pulled me to the side. She said, "Mr. Boganola, can I talk to you?" I said, "Sure." She said, "I know this is not your last name, but I looked at the picture, and is this you?" And it showed on there, and she says, "How could you write that to a teacher for a teacher to get a life? How could you do that?" I said, "Well, I have freedom of speech, and I said what I said. I stand by that." And she said, "That's not my representative." She said, "You have a responsibility to represent, and we hold you to a higher standard, regardless of law or statute, or whatever lawyers may tell you. You represent the people, everybody. And we have a responsibility to represent them with class, with dignity. So even though it's my personal Facebook page, I have a responsibility, whether I like it or not, to represent all people." There were things that I voted on as a board member that I disagreed with, and I defended. I disagreed with certain things of when it came to my political view, but if it was the betterment of my students and kids and their safety, I fought for it. That was my responsibility. So, as a board member, that's the thing. We look at laws, and I'm saying this be very careful, because your lawyers are saying be careful. This is not a statute. Don't say this. It's not a law. You're giving a lot of ideas to some legislators out there. I'm saying be very careful. Very careful. Don't do that. Because I think a lot of people are taking notes. Wait a second. Start removing board members left and right because of being reckless on Facebook. You don't want to do that. But I think we have a responsibility. We have to take that responsibility to represent all people. Now, when it came to the comment, uneducated white boy, the first thing that came to my mind, this is not Republican or Democrat. This is not Charlie. All that stuff is out the window. All I saw was the 52% of the people that do not hold a college degree in Alachua County. And now you just told 52% of them a smack to the face and say, uneducated. Here. Felt thrown away. Felt like sort of brushed off. Don't matter. Those are hardworking people. Men and women, veterans, people that go to work, to put in businesses, to fight for our schools, send their kids to our schools. And then we ask the question, again, enrollment's down. I don't know why. Why are they homeschooling their kids? Why is homeschooling booming? Again, because the leadership shows a failure in class and responsibility. So I don't want to point and be hard on Vice Chair. I need to say this because everybody needs to hear this. Every board needs to hear this. If your district is going down in enrollment and you ask questions, why? What's going on? Where are they going? They do not trust you. The trust is lost. Because you decide, and again, why more school board meetings or elections say nonpartisan to your name? Because that doesn't matter. And politics has no place in education. Do what's right for kids. The word act is activism. What would an activist do if you came to the state board? I don't know. Maybe wear a t-shirt that says slavery did not benefit black people. That's what an activist does. You represent all people. Not Republicans, not Democrats, not black, not white, not brown. All people. So it's not only one side that it's hard for everybody. But if it's too hard, don't do it. Leave it for somebody else. It's not an easy job. But the school board members are losing trust every single day. And I see it from this level, and now it's disappointing because now we find better ways. How can we make it better for homeschooling, right? Charter schools busting at the seams. Why? Because they do not trust our public schools. The board members are just letting it go. So, again, Chair, I think that words matter, tone matters, and there is no difference between a personal Facebook page and a political Facebook page. Your name is your name. You are that representative all the time. I am a state board member all the time, whether I'm in church or sitting up here. Whether I'm at the park with my kids and I see somebody, I'm a school board. I have a responsibility. And if it's too hard, I will resign. But I take that responsibility seriously. And I did when I was a school board member in Broward. I fight for all kids. We fight for all kids. So again, I say nobody's arresting you for your free speech. Nobody's coming and saying, wait, I hope not, right? Vice Chair, I hope so. Nobody tried to arrest you. You have the right to your free speech. But this is what happens. You're hurting the community. You're hurting our schools. You're hurting our districts. Please stop making it so easy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Foganoli, for that reminder to all of us. Ms. Certain, last comments? You're recognized.
A lot has been said. A lot has been said. Thanks for the opportunity to speak, to defend my name. I wear this shirt proudly. I'm not sure if I'll stay while you all then for the next item. But no reality where my ancestors, my enslaved ancestors, benefited by the despicable act of chattel slavery. And I'll stand on that. Y'all can remove me for that, but I will stand on that. Now, my enslaved people did work in cotton, tobacco, as welders, carpenters, building and enriching the pockets of their holders. But my people didn't benefit from that. Families were broken up. Jesus. Denied opportunities at the end of chattel slavery. So yeah, I wear this shirt. And when you all adopt that standard, I will talk to parents, and as I have been doing it, and tell them when they get to this unit and to this standard, to either opt their child out, because y'all believe in parents' rights. That's what you say, right? I hope it's parents' rights for everybody and not just the ones who align with y'all. Tell them to opt out, because there's some of those standards that I do not agree with. But my district will adopt them, and I will tell people not to do that. Lots been said. Mr. Figanoli, thank you for your comments, those impassioned things there. But I don't think parents have lost confidence and trust in the district school, because public schools still educate the majority of the students in Florida. And when students leave and go, they take the voucher and they go private, or they get a PEP, a lot of those students come back to the district to take classes because they can't get it there. And if you didn't think something was good for your child, you wouldn't come back. There's some phenomenal educators that have been vilified. I had the opportunity and the privilege to tour Marjorie Stoneman Douglas before they took that building down. And I'm going to tell you, I was forever changed. It really changed how I looked at the drills that the students have to do and the staff, because we were getting a lot of complaints. At the end of that, they had a room, I'm going to call it a common room, as y'all stay with me, for the folks who had just come through that. And everybody that came through, for the most part, were really changed. But there was one participant who was vilifying teachers and a superintendent because they didn't embrace the Guardian program and want the teachers didn't want to, she said the teachers didn't want to carry a handgun. And I understand why, because the training I don't think is a lot, but that's my own opinion. But she was disparaging the teacher in her absence who had said that. And I said to her right then, you need to pick a side, because the teacher can't be the villain and the hero in the story. We can't expect our educators to bring their very best. They go into debt. Many of them come to schools and prepare lessons. They spend countless hours outside of their contract time preparing lessons that are engaging to try to teach the standards, provide an enriching learning environment. But it's hard being an educator because people call you groomers, they call you this, they call you that, for wanting to teach children to think and have access to a wide variety of materials. So I'm grieved by that. I'm overwhelmed oftentimes, and I actually question myself because I left a very good paying job with good benefits and had the hassle to do this. But I believe in the promise of public education and how life-changing it is. Because I was a child who grew up in poverty. Grandmother was a sharecropper. I know this life. I know what education can do. Not just for me, for black children, but for other children who come, racial minorities. And my work has been, prior to being elected, advocating to ensure that they had the best teachers, best support. Argued many a times as a citizen in 3 minutes for the board to make different budgeting decisions and staffing decisions in our Title I schools. So yeah, I'll be an activist and I'll say that. And I'll make comments on Facebook, as is my First Amendment right. The majority of my comments, they picked out some, they don't even include race. That's a whole nother story. As I said earlier, I may have spoken bluntly, but I've broken no laws. My speech is protected by the First Amendment. I'm not going to be silenced by the people out in Newberry. And there's a lot of people in Newberry who support me. There are a lot of people who don't look like me who support me, several who came today, and I thank them for that. Several of my colleagues. My focus has been, and it remains on what truly matters. Supporting teachers, serving our students, fighting for a stronger and a fair public education system in Florida. And I've realized that my fair probably looks different from what y'all's fair is. But that's what makes America. Because had not some people that look like me and look like you challenged the system that was in place, there was no Facebook and Twitter back then. But had they not spoke out and acted out, God only knows where I would be. But it probably wouldn't be standing at this lectern right here now, standing up saying that I have the right to speak freely. So I am forever grateful for those who led the way before me. Forever grateful. And I want to end with a quote from one of my sheroes. It says, if society today allows wrongs to go unchallenged, the impression is created that those wrongs have the approval of the majority. I felt it was wrong to canonize Mr. Kirk. It takes nothing from the way he died. It was a horrendous death. But the way that Melissa Hortman and her husband were killed was awful. Our nation didn't even pause, and their dog was killed. We didn't even pause for that. So that was me speaking out against what I thought was wrong. And I'll forever be grateful. I have that quote from the late Barbara Jordan. I used to have it on my desk when I worked a job every day. If society today allows wrongs to go unchallenged, the impression is created that those wrongs have the approval of the majority. if society today allows the wrongs to go unchallenged, the impression is created that those wrongs have the approval of the majority. Thank you.
Ms. Certain, one more question.
Just a technical question, Ms. Certain, and thank you for being here. We all truly appreciate it and want to understand what you're trying to say. But since we've asked you questions both about the school board and about your personal posts, and you've referred to your attorney, your counsel for both. Who is paying for your attorney or your counsel?
The district is paying for that. And the way we got there, if you're going to ask that, I asked the board attorney came to me after the letter was sent and said, Ms. Certain, if you need some legal assistance, you can help. I'm bogged down now, but I'll get with you. And so he is filling in as the board attorney and our staff attorney. And I said, well, Attorney Delaney, since you're bogged down, I would prefer to get someone outside of the district to help me with this. And he said that is allowable policy. And so that's how the district is paying for my attorney.
Okay, thank you for that.
Board Member Christie.
Ms. Certain, before you go, I want to give you just a little bit of advice, friendly advice. Number one, remember that the cure for racism is not more racism in the opposite direction. That's not the cure. And number two, when you are going to post anything and say something publicly, replace the word white or Asian with black, and then hear it in your head and see how that would feel to you and to the people that you love. Quick advice, that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Christie.
Thank you. All right, board members, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back.
The State Board of Education getting ready to take a brief break after about an hour, more than an hour, that Alachua County School Board Vice Chair Tina Certain was being questioned, had the chance to speak as well about controversial comments and controversial posts on social media, some of them about Charlie Kirk, some of them about race in some ways. She has been had been called out before by the Education Commissioner Anastasios Kamoutsas, who had a little bit of a back and forth with her during this meeting earlier today. So this is something that we've been watching closely, the back and forth between state leaders and the Alachua County School Board. There have been some other issues that the state hasn't liked with the Alachua County School Board as well. So something we are continuing to watch. School Board, the State Board of Education going to continue to meet, moving on to some other topics. But we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, saw more reports of the northern lights last night.
Yeah, especially across the northern tier of the U.S. It was pretty bright, but down here it was a little weak to get too much. There was
maybe
a glow. I looked. We had a G4, geomagnetic storm level 4 out of 5 the other night when we had the aurora visible here. But last night it was like a 2 to a 3, so it was just a little too weak. You could see it up around like Maine, Minnesota, but here it was pretty dim. But
yeah,
that's it. Some people saw a little bit of a glow, maybe, or city lights, but it was still cool to see. Neat to look outside. Well, weather-wise, we've got a big warm-up on the way, so let's get right to it. Looking outside, we had some frost yesterday in Marion County. This morning, not so much, but it's amazing how quickly this happened to turn the green meadows kind of a golden color as everything kind of shifts into its fall dormancy. 66 there, we're starting to warm up quickly. We'll get up to 74 by 4 o'clock, and then with the moonlight, we'll cool down to 68 by 7. Remember, the sun sets pretty early these days. By the way, this afternoon at 2:57 p.m., the Blue Origin New Glenn launch is slated, and there shouldn't be any issues weather-wise or space weather-wise. This was scrubbed yesterday due to that geomagnetic storm, which actually peaked during the middle of the day. It reached briefly G4 levels, but it was obviously daytime, so we couldn't see the northern lights here during the day. We probably have bigger problems if you can. Don't worry, not a possibility. But yes, this will launch without any issues. Sometimes with these geomagnetic storms, they can really interfere with electronics, so they wanted to be on the safe side. That rocket is carrying a couple of satellites to Mars to do a survey there. Daytona Beach, 65 degrees. We've got a pretty decent beach day there. It looks like it's fairly quiet, but on the cool side. Port Canaveral, you can see the marina there. It looks very neat too. All right, high pressure across the Gulf will slowly make its way inland toward Florida, I should say, off of the Gulf and toward the peninsula. But in doing so, it's going to bring warmer, sunnier weather. So we've got a pretty significant bounce back on the way with just a really nice pattern setting up for the next couple of weeks. But this is really an expression of that seesaw pattern. I've actually put a seesaw on the map to show you, where when we're cold, the West is warm. And when the West is cold, we're warm. In this case, the West isn't just cold. The West is going to be cold, wet, and snowy, depending on where you are. We're going to be warm and sunny, so it's quite literally the opposite. So it's this time of year, you get these patterns of basically like a seesaw. We're getting the Pineapple Express across Southern California, and this is an expression of an unusual moisture transport from the equatorial tropical latitudes of the Pacific Ocean, bringing it into an area that would typically not see it. So they're going to get extremely heavy rain across Southern California. It's being drawn up by a huge area of low pressure combined with the subtropical jet stream. And this happens a couple times during the winter time in the Southwest, and what it means essentially is that they can get flooding rain and a lot more of it than they typically see or could typically handle easily. Southern California getting 2 to as many 7 inches of rain with the mountainous terrain would result in a lot of flooding and even a mudslide potential in areas where there were burns. They have, remember the Pasadena burn, the big wildfire there. They had the Palisades fire, the Eaton fire, all the different fires there. So officials there are advising folks in those fire burn scar zones evacuate, voluntary evacuation in anticipation of the possibility of some mud flows and debris. Meanwhile, the mountains of the Sierra could see between 2 and 4 feet of snow, some peaks getting up to 5 feet of snow. Huge news for Mammoth Mountain. It's a big ski area that folks in LA go up to, and also Tahoe. And unfortunately, early season snow like this can also set the area up for a pretty big avalanche danger. So if by chance you're watching from that region or you have ski plans out in the Sierra, just stay within the bounds of the ski area because the avalanche risk early season is significant in the Rockies and in the Sierra. All right, next 7 days, it's kind of funny to be talking about snow avalanches when we're broadcasting from Florida. I used to work in Denver, and we had a lot of avalanche incidents in December especially. That was sometimes tragic to see. But anyway, locally here, 80s with beautiful conditions as we head into the middle of next week. 84 will be the high on Wednesday with warm weather.
Very quickly thawing out here in Florida.
We are thawing out indeed, yes. After an unusually cold push of air, I mean, just a blast from the Arctic. It was like the 3rd coldest it's ever been in November. In recorded history, it's going to feel like springtime once we start catching those low 80s. It's going to be very nice.
Yeah, looking good. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you, Garrett. My pleasure.
And as we go to break again here on Fox 35 News Plus, let me give you a live look at downtown Orlando on this Thursday morning. Keep it right here. More Fox 35 News Plus to come.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now at the Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. Your government is back open after a 43-day government shutdown, the longest in history. Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, a Republican from Florida's 8th District, was on Good Day Orlando this morning to react to yesterday's House vote that sent the funding bills to President Trump, and he signed those late last night. Here's Congressman Herodopoulos earlier today on GDO.
Let's start with this. Just give us a sense of the mood on Capitol Hill during the vote and then directly after last night.
Well, is there a feeling of relief that finally we were able to open the government back up? As you know, back in September, we in the House of Representatives voted to keep the government open, what we call a clean resolution, meaning a continuation of the spending program so we don't shut down air traffic control or we make sure that our military gets paid. Unfortunately, there's a lot of politics involved, but last night we were able to act decisively, reopen the government, and that means those folks who worked hard, air traffic controllers, members of the military, and so many others will get paid immediately. As you mentioned, most of that back pay within 48 hours. We'll try to get back to normal, and let's hope that those folks at the airport who've been either had their canceled flights or, for that matter, delayed flights will get back to normal, especially as we enter the holiday season.
Yeah, it is great news for a lot of Americans that have been stuck in the middle of this. We know a health care vote's coming up next month. This is over the expiring subsidies from Obamacare. You outlined yesterday how the government has had to subsidize or fund parts of Obamacare. Democrats, they're warning of skyrocketing premiums, lost coverage. Could there be a compromise possible on those hardened positions?
Well, I think that's something we want to work on. It's reason why we wanted to keep the government open so we can have good negotiations and talk about health care. Look, health care prices across the board are up. Obamacare, so the viewers know, is around 22 million people are on Obamacare. But there's 165 million people who pay for private health care, meaning they're paying $1,500 on average for a family of 4 here in Florida. It's a lot of money. People in Obamacare, of course, get subsidized payments. So we can't just look at after the 22 million, but we need to look at the entire healthcare population, especially those who pay out of their own pocket. And we want to do everything we can to drive down those costs so that it hits the whole system, not just that one group of people.
Yeah, I happen to know managed care companies rallied yesterday. Read into what you want. Wall Street maybe thinks there could be at least some movement in this. We know Democrat leadership faced heavy criticism. 6 voting with the bill. The majority did not. So could there be a change on that side? And how does that look coming into next month's negotiations where we're not here January 30th talking about a potential shutdown again?
Well, I think that's our goal, number one. Look, politics is the art of the possible as opposed to the hyper-partisanship we've seen over the last 40 days. It's still remarkable to me that Democrats still voted no last night to shut down the government. And so we need to work on this in every way possible. But our goal is clear. We need to bring down prices. The good news is, as you know, gas prices are down, interest rates are down, the stock market's doing incredibly well. But there's a heck of a lot more work to do. But the number one thing I want to try to focus on is reduced health care costs. And the way you do it is make sure you hold those insurance companies accountable because remember, they're the ones who get the direct subsidies for things like Obamacare from the taxpayer. And so we think there's a lot more accountability there in general. But we welcome people's suggestions and ideas because this is our opportunity to grow this economy and make lives a little bit better after a rough 43 days, whether it be airport cancellations or people worrying if their paycheck's going to come through.
That was Congressman Herodopoulos earlier today on Good Day Orlando. We've also been looking at this from the perspective of what happens now from the political angle of things. We know the government is funded through the end of January, so a lot of questions about both parties, Democrats and Republicans, some of how this could impact the midterms next year as well. John Hanley, a political analyst and a UCF political science lecturer, he was also on Good Day Orlando to talk about that.
You know, neither party really got what they wanted out of this. Certainly the Democrats upset, many of them, for not getting what they wanted, which was those health care subsidies to have a little bit more length so that those can keep going for some Americans.
Right. So there are parts of this legislation that extend through the rest of the year, like the SNAP benefits, Veterans Affairs, defense, construction. Parts of it will go into January, and we might have to have this struggle again because most of the budget is only going to be funded through the end of January.
Let's talk about these health insurance subsidies that people are talking about, otherwise known as Obamacare. What is it that Democrats were upset about as far as what's going on with that program that they feel needs to be fixed or corrected in order for it to have lasting benefit?
Well, there was additional federal money that was put in place during the pandemic. That was set to expire, or it's not being continued. They were hoping to extend it in a way that would reduce people's premiums if they're on the Obamacare exchanges. Republicans didn't want to pay for that. So the Democrats are going to receive a vote on whether to extend it. There's no guarantee that the vote will pass. And so this turns into a little bit of a political football going into next year's election year. You'll have Republicans who will vote no, and then Democrats will turn around and say, well, your health insurance prices are going up because of the way that these folks voted. And Republicans will turn around and say that the Democrats are trying to get you to spend money on a program that's not sustainable. So they're setting up to continue their existing political fights into next year.
Well, we often know that, the midterms are usually where the pendulum starts to swing the other way, right? But we're also seeing sort of this progressive movement within the Democratic Party where more progressive candidates are doing well. What do you anticipate seeing in the midterms?
That's a big question. Whether the enthusiasm that we see among some Democrats on the left will transfer into bringing over independent voters. The other thing that's going to be different about 2026 is that starting with the Republicans and moving into the Democrats, we were seeing a lot of House seats being redrawn. Usually the president's party loses seats in a midterm. The Republicans are only up a few in the House of Representatives, so the normal pattern would be that they would lose the House just based upon the way history works. But because they're looking to strengthen their margins in House districts around the country, they might be able to hold on in 2026. It's a really fascinating question.
It is a fascinating question, that is for sure. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good almost afternoon to you here on Fox Local and YouTube. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us here for Fox 35 News Plus. Been a busy hour so far, and we've got a couple of live events this hour that we are keeping an eye on. Let me give you a live look right now in Orlando, where we are awaiting a news conference where we expect to hear from the mother of a 6-year-old who drowned almost a year ago, drowned in a hotel pool, and now this mother speaking publicly for the first time about pool safety, specifically at hotels, urging some changes once hotels and resorts all across the state to strengthen their pool safety protocols, especially with an influx of guests expected over the holiday season. So we expect that to begin shortly, and we'll bring that to you live when it begins. Give you another live look at Capitol Hill. Senator Rick Scott from Florida expected to hold a hearing here in the next little bit, not inside the Capitol building, but actually in Pacific Palisades, California. It is a hearing looking at the Palisades fire, talking to survivors of that fire and local leaders in California as well. Examining what they say are failures at all levels of government in the response and the reaction to that fire, and looking at ways to make sure that ways to improve when it comes to the response to natural disasters like that. We should note that the senator recently announced a congressional investigation into the Palisades fire, and then you'll of course remember the suspect accused of starting that fire, now charged with arson, was a man who was arrested right here in Brevard County. He had been living in Florida for a few months when he was arrested earlier this year. I think that was back in October. So a couple of things we are monitoring there. A little bit later in the hour, we also expect to hear from Attorney General James Uthmeier, who is in Martin County. So a couple of things that we are standing by for. But I do want to get you inside a courtroom from earlier today where Harjinder Singh appeared virtually in court in St. Lucie County. That name may sound familiar to you. He is the driver accused of making an illegal U-turn on Florida's Turnpike and causing a crash that killed 3 people. A lot of things came out about that in the aftermath of that. I believe that he was here illegally, did not speak English to the point where he could understand to read road signs, according to investigators. And so that has sparked a larger movement and a larger conversation about drivers and speaking English, making sure you can read those road signs if you're going to have a commercial driver's license. There's also been a lot that has come out about his suspected checkered driving past as well. But he was in court today, appeared virtually for a hearing where a trial date was set for January. Here is what happened in court. You're also going to see some of the translator there who translated what the court proceedings from English into Punjabi.
All right. So, Ms. Knight Tai, what is your request for Mr. Singh's case as far as setting it for trial or to the next docket?
It would be to stay on the docket, Your Honor, and not trial. We were provided with the discovery and we are still going through it.
Wait a second.
We would have some requests that we'll need to take up with the court. I just wanted to give the court a little notice on that. And that is the blood samples. We would be asking for the court to release so that they can be independently analysis. The ME's report does indicate that they do have samples, and I believe the assistant.
Let me just stop you there. First, Mr. Dodd, as to the request for continuance to January, is there any objection to that?
So we can check back in on that in just a little bit. I want to get you live now to this news conference in Orlando outside the Crown Plaza Hotel on Palm Parkway. Let's go ahead and listen in as we hear from an attorney and the victim's mother. This is one of the attorneys here speaking about this case and what their message is. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Read a statement, and then we will take questions. Megan Bridwell of the Haggard Law Firm will be answering those questions. All right, Mike.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Michael Haggard. I'm the managing partner of the Haggard Law Firm, along with my partner Megan Bidwell. We are here today with Victoria Chen on behalf of the Zhu family to talk to you about this terrible tragedy that occurred. This tragedy occurred December 27th of 2024, where Mia, 6 years old, drowned at this hotel and lost her life 4 days later, where she was treated for 4 days from an anoxic brain injury at Arnold Palmer Hospital. This is something that happens over and over again in Florida. It is an absolute epidemic in the state of Florida with child drownings. We lead the nation in child drownings. The number one cause of accidental death in the state of Florida for children under 6 is child drownings, and we have to do something about it. We're coming up upon holiday season where, as we know, everyone wants to get out of the cold and they want to come to Florida. We know the busiest travel week of the year is between Christmas and New Year's right here in Orlando. And just our law firm alone is seeing continuous incidents where on the first night that weary travelers get here, they come in on planes, they come in here on long car rides, a tragedy happens. And that's exactly what happened here. The Jew family is from Raleigh, North Carolina. They had worked hard, saved up for a dream vacation to take their daughter Christina, 7 years old, and their beautiful little angel, Mia, who was 6 years old, down to Orlando and go to the theme parks for a week in this beautiful weather that we have down here. They got in, they checked in at the Crowne Plaza Hotel, and at 7:30 p.m., the kids who saw the pool were clamoring, "Daddy, let's go to the pool. Let's go to the pool." The pool here is open till 11 p.m. at night. Night swimming, which is much different than swimming in the day. This pool also has a slide and a waterfall and 2 additional water features. Now, when you look at the standards, the industry standards throughout America, the aquatic standards that all the associations abide by, when you have water features like this, it causes certain problems. It causes problems to the turbidity of the water, the cloudiness, the visibility of the water. It also causes circulation issues, where kids who are 7 and 6 years old who might be able to swim under normal conditions can have problems. Just moments after the kids went in the pool and their dad sitting only 10 feet from the pool in a lounge chair watching his children play with other children, as the pool had many people in there, Christina came up saying, "Daddy, Daddy, Mia is stuck at the bottom of the pool." He jumps in, they bring Mia to the surface. She was unresponsive and transferred to Arnold Palmer Hospital and died 4 days later. You will see a sign at this pool that says an attendant should be there. There was no attendant on the night of this incident. No one there. We have seen this happen at pools throughout Orlando that have slides, that have water features, but because there is no code requirement to have a lifeguard, hotels do it on the cheap and they don't have anyone there, and you have tragedies like this occur. This was supposed to be a dream vacation that this community relies on for its revenue. That's the industry here, tourism. And we owe people better than to just come here when there are dangerous things lurking, like pools like this that are unsupervised with these types of dangerous aspects to them. You're going to hear from Victoria Chen in a second. She lost the most precious thing a person can lose. We have a word for if you lose your spouse, you're a widow. We have a word for people who have lost their parents. They're an orphan. There is no word in the English dictionary or any dictionary for a parent who loses a child. That is what happened here. The Jew family is here to do one thing: prevent this from ever happening again. Drownings are preventable. We know what to do. We have standards. They have to be followed. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And now Victoria will read a short statement.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm standing here today not because I'm brave. It's just because I don't have other choice. I'm a mother who lost my child. I never imagined my life could come over to this moment. My daughter, Mia, was only 6 years old when she drowned in the hotel pool with no lifeguard, no camera, no warning signs, and poor lightning. I trust that place to be safe for families, but it was not. And now my daughter is gone forever. Florida has one of the highest child drowning rates in the entire United States. Every year, over 80 to 100 children lose their lives, and many more are left with lifelong brain damage or disabilities. So this is not just a family tragedy. This is a failure of the system. This is not just an accident. It was preventable. I am speaking today not only for my daughter Mia, but also for every children who ever have a chance to cry for help. No family ever have to plan a funeral after vacation. So I choose fight for change, for Mia, and for every child who still play by the water. The only reason I can stand here today because God helped me to stand here. And if I don't speak out, who is going to be the next? I believe God wants me to protect more families, more children, even just a little bit safer because of little small girl's story. Thank you for listening. May truth bring change, and may every child return home safely. Thank you.
We'll take questions now.
Is there anything else you'd like us to know about Mia, about your daughter?
Yeah, she is 6 years old, and she got a really good talent for dancing. So everywhere, like all the dancing class, she is always the top, the number one. So all the dancing teachers love her a lot. She take ballet and all different dancing classes. Yeah.
Questions?
So I understand a lawsuit will be filed later this month.
Yes, a lawsuit will be filed against any and everyone that was responsible for the dangerous conditions that were in place at the Crown Royal Plaza, which is right behind us.
So is that against IHG, the parent company, and who else would be the defendants?
Anyone who had involvement with maintaining the safety or the lack thereof of this pool.
What are you specifically talking about the pool as part, say, safety violations or not safe? What is the lawsuit specifically saying?
Sure. So a host of safety violations of local ordinances, industry standards, things that an expert will speak to. But this pool had a host of violations, both local and statewide. But more importantly, it had a unique feature that created a funnel, basically an invisible undertow that created a trap, a death trap for children. And that's why we're here today, is to make sure that these hotels are doing what's necessary to put safety measures in place to protect our children.
Had those violations been documented before, inspection reports or anything like that?
So they're dictated by industry standards. We're in the process of gathering all of the inspections that have taken place at this pool, which will undoubtedly show that there were multiple violations at this pool.
And
Yeah.
are you, oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that because you asked if it had been documented before by the Department of Health or anything. And the problem with the state of Florida right now is that there aren't actual statutes dealing with water features at pools. Pools change tremendously when you have slides, when you have water features, when you have waterfalls, because now the pool becomes almost ocean-like. It starts to change. The water's moving a lot, everything along those lines. And we need further legislation on that. It took us 20 years to have the Department of Health check for gates in apartments. So imagine that. You go to any apartment now, it's regulated by Florida law to have self-closing and self-latching gates. That took 20 years. When we have Department of Health inspectors, they have to go there twice a year. So what we would like to do is not only get justice in this case for his family, but change the law to exactly that these industry standards be incorporated into Florida law, which leads the nation in drowning. So that's something that we'll be looking into with the Florida legislature as well.
Are you aware of other incidents where kids, their safety was compromised in the past at this specific hotel, at the pool?
Yeah, to this point, that's something that we're looking into. We hope that this hasn't happened to another child, but it was only a matter of time because of the condition of that particular pool.
So it has not been documented or filed that this place has had other instances with kids with issues for safety of the pool.
So that's something that we're looking into. Obviously, we'll be filing a lawsuit and conducting discovery, but to this point, I mean, we surely hope that another child has not lost their life in this dangerous pool.
Can you speak more about how the slide may have contributed in your perspective? Is that like kind of the main sticking point here? Is that may have contributed more heavily?
So there's multiple components in this particular pool. There's a slide feature, there's a waterfall that barrels down anyone that's coming out of that slide, and there's also other water features that create a motion of water that not only creates turbulence on the water surface, but it also reduces visibility into the pool because of the water surface. And then you have a chaotic surface, and then you have an invisible undertow that's effectively been created by the forces of these waters that creates an invisible undertow trapping children, not only those using the slide, but those also swimming in the pool.
Yeah, and just to add to that, because you guys got a great visual right here. You know, this isn't a slide. They're not kids coming down. They're not giant splashes. But look and see over there where all that water is coming down, the mist is coming off, the waves, compared to the other side of the pool. And the visibility, seeing people under the water. Now imagine if we came back here at 7:30 p.m. tonight. When you're open at night as a pool, there are different standards for you. When you have a slide, there are different standards for you. And these are all dictated by the Consumer Product Safety Commission, Center for Disease Control, National Pool and Spa Institute, YMCA. I could keep going through all these acronyms that we all know. That's the Aquatic Health Code. And so that's why you have to have an attendant who's there watching that. Not just because you could have a kid slide off a slide and then another one hit it. It's because you can't see people under the water. And as Megan has talked about, now you've got people get trapped because you have a waterfall coming down. We've had cases up in Orlando at hotels where a child has been suppressed under the water of a waterfall. So those are all those things going on that you've got to know your risks. And there was no risk assessment done here that would have clearly seen that.
You said there was no camera?
No cameras on the pool. No cameras to see what happened or to be actively monitored. Nothing.
No camera set up or it wasn't working?
No cameras at all.
So because specifically, just out of curiosity, because of the slide, because of the waterfall and everything else, is it required if you have those or something like that, you have to have an attendant? Or is that like upon discretion?
No, so industry standard wise, it's required. Once you add slides and water features and those type of things to have an attendant, not necessarily a lifeguard, but a water watcher, someone who's controlling that. It is not required by Florida law, which is a real problem. So they were absolutely negligent. We feel very confident filing this lawsuit. There's no question they're negligent. The problem is we want to prevent this from happening in the future. So we need to make it required by Florida law so we don't have to wait till a child dies. A Department of Health inspector could come here saying you're violating Florida Statute 500.1, you're closed, period.
So is it an ordinance or a law?
It's an industry standard that they violated,
standard.
yes.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you all for covering it. Thank you very much. You want to come over here?
Yeah, I bring her favorite toys today. This is her egg brother. So, yeah, so he took him everywhere when she goes. So I bring this today. Yeah, and because I still believe that.
You can hold it higher.
Yeah, I still believe Mia is with me all the time, just in another way. Yeah, thank you.
How do you feel when you hold that?
Yeah, I almost barely. She is still at home all the day. So when I travel, and also I make a little box with her ash as well. So I travel, I bring her ash and with this stuff all the time. Yeah, so that I feel she's still with me.
Thanks. Everybody got it? Good?
Thanks.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
At a press conference in Orlando, wrapping up there as we heard them talk about a lawsuit that they plan on filing later this month against the Crowne Plaza Hotel, alleging negligence, violation of codes and industry standards when it comes to the safety of the swimming pool there, where a 6-year-old Mia died almost a year ago, December of last year. You heard them talk about her and some of the circumstances. The family visiting from North Carolina had just gotten in town. They went to the pool, and then just a couple of minutes later, she was found at the bottom of the pool. So now they want hotels and resorts to make some changes. You heard some of what they talked about there and some of their allegations. I should note we have reached out to the ownership group that owns the Crowne Plaza Hotel. We have to ask for comment in response to what the family members and the attorneys said today and their plans to file a lawsuit. We have not yet heard back, but if we do get a response, I will make sure to bring you that update. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Want to apologize if you start hearing more of that construction noise again today. We talked about this hearing that Senator Rick Scott is holding in Southern California today about the Pacific Palisades fire. It is going on live now, but first, before I take you there live, I do want to play for you his opening remarks from the beginning of that hearing just a few moments ago.
Here's Pacific Palisades. Before we start, I'd like to recognize my friend and fellow member of the Senate Aging Committee, Senator Ron Johnson. I want to thank him for being here. He is the chairman of the committee. We don't get to do these investigations unless the chair of the committee is receptive to doing the investigation. And he's got the subpoena power to make sure that we can get all the facts. Without that, you're never guaranteed you're going to get all the facts. He's the chairman of the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Permanent Committee, Subcommittee on Investigations. And together, we have opened an investigation to the Pacific Palisades wildfire that ravaged the Pacific Palisades community in Los Angeles, California, and unfortunately took the lives of 12 people. The most tragic part, you can rebuild homes, you can't rebuild a life. When I was governor of Florida, we had 4 major hurricanes, and the whole goal was keep everybody alive. Focus on keeping everybody alive because you can rebuild everything. I'd also like to recognize Spencer Pratt. Without Spencer, we wouldn't be here today. In August, I flew down and Spencer gave me a tour of the Palisades. And the first thing is, you can't believe this is like this. You know, after a hurricane, you know, you get the power back on as fast as you can. You get people back in their homes as fast as you can. You get their businesses open as fast as you can. You streamline the permits. You have insurance tents. Everybody brings in the insurance people, and you get the permits done, and you get moving. And so when I came here in August, I'm just fascinated that is just empty. We did a tour this morning, and there's a little bit more being done now, but it's nothing. 10 months into, because it's 10 months into this. So I just want to thank Spencer because it's his tenacity that has, I think, given the victims a voice, and it's the reason why Senator Johnson and I are here today. So I want to thank you for being the voice for the victims and your passion to get to the bottom of what happened, and for being here. Now I'd like to recognize you for an opening statement.
Last time I talked, I blacked out, so I wrote some notes down this time. Thank you, Chairman Scott. Thank you, Senator Johnson, and everyone who took the time to show up today. While I'm so grateful you're here, I'm also baffled why it's only senators from thousands of miles away who are willing to show up for the Palisades, while our own senator from just 30 miles away has abandoned us entirely. Perhaps we shouldn't be surprised. Wisconsin had the worst wildfire in human history back in Peshtigo in 1871, but with many years of responsible forest management, your state, Senator Johnson, has relegated those mega fires to the dustbin of history. And after a massive wildfire outbreak in the 90s, Chairman Scott's state of Florida has led the nation in aggressive prescribed fire, proactively burning 2 million acres every year and immunizing your communities from these devastating fires in a way that we simply just can't figure out. So perhaps it's only fitting that you're here, as we clearly have much to learn from you. Despite having routine fires every few decades, the state park has failed to do any real prescribed fire or fuels mitigation to protect our community. And on January 1st, they didn't even have the decency to extinguish a small brush fire that ignited just above us, letting it continue to burn unchecked for a week ahead of the forecasted Santa Ana winds that eventually rekindled the fire and destroyed our town on January 7th. As you know, my family and I lost our home and everything we own in the Palisades fire. It's been 10 months, and our government leaders, instead of helping us rebuild, have only served to make the rebuilding process so painful and slow that many just quit and are forced out of their hometown through attrition, so vultures like Gavin Newsom and Scott Wiener have a blank slate to remake the Palisades in the vision of their wealthy donors and foreign investors. Gavin Newsom receives billions in federal funds for fire mitigation, but it would have only cost $200,000 to cut a fire break around our town, and it would have saved the Palisades. The work never gets done, and we all pay the price. Many people shrug this off. Oh, the Palisades are full of rich folks. They'll be fine. They don't know the Palisades. Many of us are not rich. We simply lived here our whole lives. This place used to be cheap. Houses get passed on from generation to generation. It's a tightly knit family community, and none of us ever leave. I mean, why would you? Look at this view. We were born here, raised here. We were raising our families here, and we all expected to die here one day, but not like this. By the grace of God, my family survived. The 12 the Palisades family were killed in the fire. Nearly all of them elderly or disabled, left to die in their homes. These 12 people deserved to feel safe in their homes, but were instead lost in fire that was the direct result of gross negligence and mismanagement by our state and our local government. I'm here to honor their memory by ensuring that their deaths were not in vain, and that their failures that led to this disaster are fully exposed and corrected. My parents all also lost their home in the Palisades fire. The fire took the home they built their lives in, incinerating decades of irreplaceable memories, family history, and the foundation of their retirement. For an older person, losing the stability of your home is not just a hardship. It is a trauma that can fundamentally derail the final years of your life. This hearing is about the Palisades fire, but it also goes beyond the Palisades. This is about accountability, preparation, and dignity in disaster recovery wherever and whenever it might occur. The widespread destruction of the Palisades fire was enabled by a series of cascading failures. For decades, the state allowed brush to grow wild with no preventative measures. Critically, for at least a year before the fire, the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power drained our reservoirs. A small fire ignited on January 1st was abandoned, embers visibly smoldering and waiting to be rekindled with no management or supervision by Topanga State Park. When the disaster hit, water supplies were inadequate, and we had a severe lack of first responders due to a series of unfortunate choices made by our state and local leaders. After the fire, residents were left dealing with the consequences of being uninsured and underinsured, making it impossible for them to recoup the value of their homes. All this has left thousands of Palisades residents, many senior citizens on fixed incomes, facing the impossibility of rebuilding their lives. For those able to rebuild, the process is an absolute nightmare. Permits are delayed. Local bureaucracy is moving at a crawling pace. There are complex questions of soil toxicity and foreign investors buying all the land. These are not political issues. They are issues of humanity and decency. I remember, Senator Scott, when we met in your office in D.C., you shared that when a town gets destroyed in your state from a hurricane, the pitchforks come out if it's not all rebuilt within 3 months. That's like science fiction to us. Just up the canyon at Malibu Lake, there's still dozens of burnout lots from the Woolsey fire that hit 7 years ago. Lots that still look like the Palisades does now. Up north in Paradise, 75% of the town is just barren, untouched lots 7 years after their big fire. It's hard to see that and believe our town will ever be rebuilt in our lifetime. It's hard not to feel abandoned by our state and local politicians, and it's hard to not lose hope. Thank you to the committee for providing the Palisades with a voice and a glimmer of hope. All we want to do is rebuild our town the way we remember it. Protect our neighbors from these predictable and preventable fires. I'm grateful that you are using your power to investigate what went wrong and how to prevent tragedies like this from happening. I'm grateful that you are shedding a light on all issues we're facing. We will do our part, and we will continue advocating for our community. We will not be lost or forgotten.
The introductory remarks in that hearing that Senator Rick Scott convened in Southern California about the Palisades fire, looking at the experiences of some of those survivors. Let's go ahead and listen in as Senator Scott continues, and then before we take a break here.
Being here, and if you can begin your testimony.
No, thank you.
All right, so it was just introducing the next speaker. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We talked about it earlier, started to get into the Harjinder Singh court hearing. He appeared virtually from the St. Lucie County Jail, where he's being held, facing those charges in connection with the deadly crash that he's accused of causing on Florida's Turnpike. As part of that hearing today, as I mentioned earlier, the trial is continued, currently set for January 15th. We also heard that the defense wants blood samples released so that they can have an independent analysis done on them. Here's what happened in court just a little bit ago in St. Lucie County.
All right. So, Ms. Knight Tai, what is your request for Mr. Singh's case as far as setting it for trial or to the next docket?
It would be to stay on the docket, Your Honor, and not trial. We were provided with the discovery, and we are still going through it.
Wait a second.
We would have some requests that we'll need to take up with the court. I just wanted to give the court a little notice on that. And that is the blood samples. We would be asking for the court to release so that they can be independently analysis. The ME's report does indicate that they do have samples, and I believe the assistant.
Let me just stop you there. First, Mr. Dodd, as to the request for continuance to January, is there any objection to that?
No objection, Your Honor.
I will continue the case for trial purposes to the jury trial docket call of January 15th. As to the other issues, Mr. Dodd, are you prepared to address them now, or did you want them specially set through motion in notice?
I spoke with defense counsel. I don't know that a hearing is going to be necessary, but I am going to ask that a written motion be filed and an order be granted by the court. I believe defense counsel is really just looking to bring it to the court's attention that this is the path that we're going down and continuing to prepare the case for trial.
And then just a proposed order, which I guess I'll first check with the state or have them review it before submitting it. I'll try to get that to you. There's also an issue as to the vehicles. I believe I did speak with the assistant. The vehicles are going to be released. We've asked that they be held until we have the opportunity to inspect. And I believe they're going to honor that request.
You've got a very long name in Punjabi.
We received the notice to preserve evidence, Your Honor. We have forwarded that along to the Florida Highway Patrol. The only request that we have is that the defense make those inspections timely so the vehicle can either be released or moved to long-term storage. I've spoken to counsel for the defendant, and we seem to be on the same page about what that means for that to be done timely. We think we're going to be able to get it done before the end of the year.
That is correct, Your Honor. There's an issue. Mr. Singh is indigent. There are third parties that are employing counsel for him, but we will be putting in an application for cost. I think Your Honor had granted it as to the public defender previously, but administration.
Excuse me, Honor, the interpreter does need to interpret. I'm sorry.
And
let me speak to that issue. I do recall signing an order finding him indigent and appointing the public defender. And
please go ahead, Your Honor.
But that was early in the case, is that right? I'm searching for it.
Yes, and you also
Hold on.
Excuse me.
I see my order, second day of September, that I signed in that regard. In order for him to be found indigent for costs, now that he has private counsel, you would need to file a motion and notice the Justice Administration Commission so they can state whether they have an objection or not. There's a procedure to go through for that.
I did do that, Your Honor. I did speak with them. I believe, or someone from our team spoke with them. They need another application. I know the initial application was denied, and so I don't believe this one will, but I just wanted to let Your Honor know.
Right. As to all of these issues, If you have an agreement either with the state or with the Justice Administration Commission, you pause there for interpretation.
Thank you, Anna.
Just email my judicial assistant with the proposed order arising from the stipulation, and we'll process it immediately. And also, if there isn't an agreement and you need hearing time, likewise do the same.
And thank you, Your Honor. On that issue for the hearings, would you allow counsel to appear virtually?
Yes, that is my practice.
And another issue is on the docket. There is a letter from an attorney from California regarding the interpretation at first appearance. And it was entered into the docket. And I would ask Your Honor to strike that from the docket.
Any objection from the state?
I believe that letter was sent to the court, to the judge.
You are both correct. I happened to see this yesterday when I looked over the court file, and it should not be in the court file. I will strike it from the record. It's not any attorney that's actually on this case. It's just like a letter from someone. I think what must have happened is the clerk's office must have assumed that it was an attorney that wrote the letter, that the attorney was actually an attorney on this case, but that's not the situation. Does the clerk see the letter that I'm referring to? I have it as 96 sequence. All right, so we'll strike that from the record.
The last thing I have, Your Honor, is just as far as Mr. Singh's appearance, I understand that the policy of the court for the docket call is that you don't be produced. We still, both of us originate out of New York. I think we went to the same NYU. And our clients are usually appear for every court appearance. The next call will be you said on a jury docket call.
Right.
Is there a way to just have another either calendar or docket call?
There's a bit of a twist. The next docket call is the same as today. If I were the presiding judge, that would not be an issue, but this case is going to be taken over by another judge. I'm not going to be here for that. So what the other judge's procedure is or practice, I really have no idea. It's Judge Heisey, so you would have to communicate with his office and make the request, and I have no idea.
We would defendant would just ask to be produced, and I understand it'll be transferred to another judge, Your Honor.
All right. So that will conclude the docket sounding today.
Docket khatam ho raha hai. Your Honor, the interpreter has a couple of requests. May the interpreter inquire, because it was brought to the interpreter's attention that there was some issues with another interpreter. So I want to make sure that Mr. Singh, I have interpreted for him earlier, but I want to make sure that he understood everything that was interpreted.
Did you understand everything, Mr. Singh?
We're going to take a quick break here, and when we come back, we will get you to Martin County to hear from State Attorney General James Uthmeier. Keep it here. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you right to Martin County and the sheriff's office there, where we are hearing from the sheriff, who you also see Attorney General James Uthmeier behind him, announcing the arrests of multiple child predators. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Legal in our country and in our state, having sex with a 13-year-old female. And that 13-year-old female had met him online, chatted a little bit, didn't know exactly what she was getting into, and she told our detectives that things had gone far past where she believed things were going to go, including her being sexually assaulted. Unfortunately, these two individuals weren't apprehended before this operation, but they're examples of the reason why we do these types of operations, why we get up every day and fight crime like we do. So to highlight the operation at hand, between October 15th and 17th, all those agencies that I mentioned started an undercover operation with chatters. It consisted of 8 chatters from these agencies who went online and posed as both 14-year-old boys and 14-year-old girls, and they used a myriad of social media platforms to put their information out there. During that operation, 18 individuals took the bait. 18 individuals interacted with our detectives, half of which sent sexually explicit photos of them doing inappropriate things to our 14-year-old undercovers and tried to engage them in some kind of sexual activity. 6 of those individuals physically came here to Martin County to have sex with our detectives, thinking that they were 14-year-old kids. I'm going to talk about the suspects for just a minute because I think it's important for us to ascertain who they really are. The first individual that showed up on scene with our chatters was, top left here, Isaiah Chaman, 40-year-old. He's an illegal from Guatemala, crossed the border illegally, was here in Stewart, and then on top of being here illegally, was out trying to solicit 14-year-old girls to have sex with. So he was taken into custody, still sitting in our jail on our charges and the ICE detainer that he has. The second individual, David Desmarais, he just had flown into Palm Beach International Airport the day before to visit his mother. He flew in from Canada, he's not even from here, and immediately went online chatting, trying to hook up with an underage girl. He was so aggressive about trying to hook up with these underage individuals that he hit off of 2 different operations, our undercover operation here and an undercover operation in Palm Beach County where he was soliciting both females to have sex with them, and thankfully we were able to take him into custody. Miguel Angel, he was taken in custody here in Stewart, nothing overly notable about him. But moving on to Antonio Perez Rojas, he's another Guatemalan illegal that came into our country and was so determined to have sex with a minor that he was hitting off of 2 different undercovers within our own chat. One he spoke to in Spanish, one he spoke to in English, and he eventually showed up and we were able to take him into custody. Moving on down the line, probably the most alarming one to us is Mohammed, and I can't say his last name, but he's from Egypt. He's here on a work student visa, and he teaches at a college up in, or actually he practices medicine at a college up in Pittsburgh. He was taken into custody after coming down here for a doctor's conference down in Palm Beach Gardens, and immediately started looking online, trying to find a young girl, came up here, we took him into custody, and unfortunately he's bonded out, but we're working with HSI to work on revoking that visa that he has here for status in our country, and we've also reached out to that school up in Pennsylvania to make sure they know that they've got a pervert on their hands. And then last is Jeremiah Gilliard. He came to us from Fort Pierce, traveling. But as I wrap up my comments, and then at the end I'll open up for any questions that you have, I think all these cases highlight that there's individuals literally from all around the world that are willing to travel to Martin County, little Martin County, in order to take advantage of our youth. It highlights just how important it is for all of us to be standing here collectively fighting this fight in order to keep our youth safe. That's our #1 mission, to keep our county, our state, and our country safe. And again, I applaud all the efforts that were put in by our detectives and our fellow agencies that are behind me. Without any further ado, I'm going to have our Attorney General Uthmeier say a few words, please. Attorney?
Thank you, Sheriff. It's great to be here. As a dad first,
and as your Attorney General to support these guys in their heroic efforts to get more dangerous villains off the street who want to prey upon our kids. By now, I think if you've heard from me, you know our number one priority here as law enforcement in the state is to protect our kids at all costs. We're going to leave this world better for them than we found it, and we're going to get as many of these evil guys off the streets as possible. Thank God every day for our great law enforcement here in Florida. We've got the best sheriffs, the best state law enforcement, the best police departments. I thank God for our prosecutors. I mean, we are a rule of law, tough on crime state. Every day it seems we're doing something like this, which it's sad and scary that these guys are out there, but I'm glad to live in a state where we go out there and we find them and we get them behind bars for as long as possible. These individuals, they thought they could hide behind a screen and get away with it. They were wrong. If you are a child predator here in Florida, we're coming after you like never before. Just yesterday up in Hernando County, we announced an indictment of an individual who raped multiple little kids, including a 3-year-old. And in Florida, you know, we're the first state to make those types of predators death penalty eligible again. So we will be seeking the death penalty in that case. We're working with the federal government and our state law enforcement on child rescue missions, and we're finding hundreds of kids that were reported missing, victims of trafficking and other abuses. We're going to get them home, and we're going to hold those wrongdoers accountable. I have to point out again that every time we do one of these announcements, we're again looking at a disproportionately high number of illegal aliens that are defendants. Every time we do one of these, many individuals are people that are here illegally, going after our kids, trying to have sex with minors, and they should not be in the country in the first place. It highlights how much crime, how much criminal activity was going over the southern border and finding its way into communities across the country. So thank God we got a president that shut down the border, and it's been an honor to help him and his administration deliver on these promises. So again, thank you to law enforcement for getting these guys. Our prosecutors in the state are going to deliver the hammer and make sure they're doing serious time as long as possible, and where they want to engage in child sex abuse, we will absolutely seek the death penalty where it's eligible. You got a great sheriff here. Thanks for having me. Great state attorney. Tom is a no mercy kind of guy. He brings the heat all the time. It's an honor to support him in his office. So thank you, and we're going to keep this state as safe as possible.
Thanks for being here, folks. I'm Josh Dacus. I'm an assistant statewide prosecutor. I'm not going to take up much of your time. I'm just going to echo what the sheriff and the attorney general have said. These kind of operations are only successful because of the great work of all the agencies that are involved. The sheriff listed almost all, or if not all of those agencies. It really was a collaborative effort, and this kind of stuff cannot happen without those cross-jurisdictional, cross-agency partnerships, and that's what our office at the Attorney General's office, the Office of Statewide Prosecution, we specialize in those kind of investigations, and it's great to see that kind of stuff happening here in Martin County. You have a great sheriff who is focused on making sure that this community is safe, and we couldn't do it without the help of all the great agents. And I really want to specifically thank Special Agent Christina Solis, Special Agent Derek Brisky, and Resident Agent in Charge Mike Bartis from FDLE for all the work that they did in this case and many of the other cases I've worked with them here in this circuit. And it's because of their hard work and all the agencies, all the detectives, all the analysts, you know, all the folks that go into this, that these people are in custody. And they're going to be held accountable for trying to meet children for sex. That's what was happening here. And luckily this time, they were talking to undercover police officers. But that's not every time. And that's why we do these kind of operations, is to make sure that individuals who are online attempting to prey on children are caught and held accountable. In many instances, it's not undercover officers, it's real kids that these people are talking to. And an operation like this reminds us that while parents are often focused on the real-life dangers that their kids may face, they should be equally focused on the dangers that they face in the online world. These kind of predators, they appear on social media, they appear on gaming apps, they appear on chatting apps, and they are talking to kids, and they are trying to lure kids into sexual situations. And that kind of stuff, we're not gonna let that happen in Florida, okay? Because of that very real risk that those online spaces carry, the agencies up here that are standing behind me, the prosecuting agencies, the state attorney here, the Office of Statewide Prosecution, because of that danger, we're gonna continue to aggressively pursue any of those individuals who target children for sexual exploitation, no matter where they are, no matter how they do it, and no matter when they do it. We are gonna make sure they're held accountable.
Words of warning from the assistant statewide prosecutor. We've got to take one more break this hour, and so we'll keep it right here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll get you right back to this news conference on the other side of it.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back to the Martin County Sheriff's Office in Stewart. This is the Stewart Police Chief who we are hearing from now as they talk about this operation to arrest multiple suspected child predators in the area, communicating with undercover detectives online, also talking about the seriousness of these charges and things like this, and warning parents to be on the lookout. Let's go ahead and listen back in Martin County.
And then partner up with law enforcement so we can jump on these cases quickly. So thank you again for everyone. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Tom Backetall with the State Attorney's Office. I want to thank you all for coming today. I want to kind of point out really what we're doing here. I know oftentimes people say, you know, what's the point of these press conferences? And I'm going to tell you what the point is. Everybody knows that we've got a strong sheriff here in St. Lucie County. Everybody knows that we've got the greatest Attorney General in the state of Florida. Here, the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the state of Florida. So, and you don't need to know who I am. It doesn't really matter. The point is, we're here to tell you something. They've instructed you on what you do to keep your children safe. My message is for somebody else. You see, we know who's out there. We know how prolific these sexual offenders are. You heard the sheriff say that one of these guys was actively involved in another undercover operation, and a second guy had a 15-year-old kid on the hook. There's somebody's mother and father out there whose 15-year-old child has been spared sexual abuse at the hands of one of these men. That's a significant fact. They are prolific. You need to understand that. This is a message that I'm sending not to families, but I'm sending to them, that we're watching and we're waiting. let me tell you this. These gentlemen picked the wrong county and the wrong circuit to travel to. Here's what they're looking at. Just merely for engaging in chatter online, you're looking at 5 years in the Florida Department of Corrections. For getting in your car, traveling into my county, into the sheriff's county, you're looking at an additional 15 years in the Department of Corrections. And for using your phone in the process, we'll throw another 5 years on top of that. That's 25 years in the Department of Corrections. Now, I'm not saying each one of them is going to get 25 years, but you know what they will get? Each and every one of them, barring some unforeseen change in circumstances, is going to prison. I don't care if they're in this country legally or illegally. Before we ship them back to Guatemala or wherever it is that they come from, they're going to be guests at the Florida Department of Corrections for a significant period of time. The 6 that traveled are looking at a minimum sentence, barring any activity on behalf of a lenient judge in the circuit, of 42 months in the Department of Corrections. So my message, the message has been spread to the parents that you need to be watching what your children are doing. My message is to the guy that's sitting out behind that screen right now, who's thinking about getting online and thinking about luring a kid to their home or traveling to see a kid. If you do it, don't do it in this circuit. That's my message to them. Thank you.
Well said, State Attorney. So where do we go from here? Well, I mentioned the 6 that actually traveled here. Let me talk about the 12 that are darked out here on the bottom of these boards. There's 12 outstanding still that our detectives are piecing together the information, and they're going to arrest. Those 12, most of which are in Florida, span from as far west as Texas to as far north as Connecticut. And we are going to come and arrest you and bring you right back here so Mr. Backadall can hold true to his promise, which he always does, and make sure you go to jail. So keep your doors unlocked or we'll kick them down anyway and come in and get you. But again, we're going to keep the hammer down here in Martin County, across this circuit and across this state, to make sure we are the safest county and state here in Florida. So with that, I know I kind of moved rapidly through the operation. If there's any questions for me about the operation or anything I can answer, I will, or these gentlemen behind me, we're happy to try to answer your questions.
What prompted this 3-day intense operation?
The question was, what prompted the intense 3-day operation? And the answer is, we worked with, actually FDLE was talking with some of our detectives about these operations, and unfortunately how fruitful they've been across the state. And that, in conjunction with going into our Halloween season where kids are out on the street and moving around kind of freely, prompted us to move rapidly to do an operation just to keep our local kids here safe.
Which would you say, Sheriff, are the main social media programs or websites that parents should look out for?
So the question is, which social media websites should parents look out for? The answer is actually quite frightening to me. I was talking to our special agents yesterday about this, and their answer was any social media that you can correspond on or communicate on. All the way down to something like Pinterest, which I would never think Pinterest would be even in the wheelhouse for these predators to facilitate this type of activity. But any social media where you can correspond back and forth and trade information, these predators are on them. So the question is, what role does HSI play in this? Clearly, we already talked about 2 illegals that came into the country. So we've arrested them on state charges, but they're following up on some of the deportation efforts, and then the 2 that have visas that were in the country legally, but they've now committed a crime. They're following up on that. But they also help us move across these jurisdictional boundaries. I'm constricted in and of myself just to Martin County. And with our federal partners, they can move anywhere in this country and indict them and bring them to justice and bring them back here to be tried.
And when will the next operation take place?
The question is, when will the next operation take place? And the answer is, if I knew, I wouldn't tell you right now. So.
Would you say that this is happening more, and if so, why is that? Or has it just always been happening and now it's easier to catch them?
Well, the question is this happening more, or is it easier to catch them? And unfortunately, I think the answer is it is happening more. As society opens up doors, especially on the internet, where you can see and do things that 20 years ago were unfathomable, we're seeing more and more of these sex crimes. Unfortunately, our ICAC tips that come through are more often than not now. It's not just the old, and I'm not trying to be funny, but the old rape van that drives around the playground, or the old man that's grooming children anymore. These individuals are on the internet, like our state attorney said, hiding behind the internet, fishing all the time, trying to find out what they like, and then if it's easy for them to target and actually get their hands on, they're actually doing it.
And you say you have 6 that are in custody here, right?
The question is, we have 6 that are in custody, yes.
12 others are out there?
That's correct.
How are you going to get them since they didn't come to Martin County?
So the question is, how are we going to get them since they didn't come to Martin County? Well, you heard all these individuals behind me. We have representation from, or representatives from the federal level, across the state, and we will use warrants to go get them wherever they are and bring them back here to Martin County for justice. The ones out of state, Connecticut and Texas, we'll get warrants filed here, and then our partners with the Marshals Task Force will go put their hands on them and bring them back here.
Is there a sign you can tell parents that they should look out for? I mean, maybe they do look at their kids on the computer. Is there something that specifically they should look out for to see if that's something not right?
Yes, so the question is there a sign that parents should look out for? And the answer is yes. I'm not that tech savvy, but go to a tech savvy person, have them intermittently look at your child's phone, not just look at what's obvious apps like Instagram or Facebook, but look at what's in the background. These hidden apps, a lot of kids are way more tech savvy than we are. There's a lot of apps that can be downloaded. They seem like a calculator. That's an old app, actually. A calculator or something that's innocent, and it's actually something that's quite nefarious in the background. Have people that know what they're looking at, look at them. Go to Best Buy and have them go through your phone and see what's there. And then have conversations with your kids. Like this little girl, the 13-year-old that I alluded to when I started off. She snuck out of her house that night. She thought she was going to have some kind of a flirtatious relationship, had no idea that this individual was a hardcore predator that actually was going to force her to do all kinds of different sex acts. So have those conversations with your kids and reaffirm to them how important it is to communicate, and then not be on the internet trying to get their satisfaction through people that are complimenting them online.
Why do you think those predators are still out there when they know you guys are on the internet as well, looking for them?
Well, the question is, why are these predators still out there? And I think, unfortunately, the answer is they're successful probably more often than not. We did a 3-day operation, and this is what we got. And that's why we're going to keep doing these operations. Clearly, based on their chats and how forthcoming they were with their pictures of themselves, pictures of them doing inappropriate activity, clearly, in my opinion, they've been doing this and getting away with it.
Do you foresee having a complete department 24/7 doing this type of operation, having the results you guys are having?
So the question is, do we foresee having a full-time department that does this? And the answer is yes. We actually already have a special victims unit that deals with sexual assault on kids, ICAC tips, and these chatting operations. We keep them going, but this was a concerted effort with a multi-agency task force to try to really send the message that this is unacceptable here. Yes, ma'am.
You said that you have 6 in custody and 12 outstanding. Is that like 18 is like a hard number, or are you guys still anticipating more, or would that be like a whole different operation?
So the question is 18 a hard number? And yes, it's a hard number. If we have more arrests to come, it'll be a different operation. And keep in mind, this again was a 3-day operation. Day in and day out, our detectives, probably in all these agencies represented, are on the internet, posing as undercovers, following up on ICAC tips. We're doing investigations all the time. So while we did this operation, we didn't stop. We went right back to it, and we're continuing to do operations.
Sheriff, you mentioned that a lot of these predators are using unorthodox methods, going to places that you wouldn't expect would be like Pinterest or maybe even video games. Are there any methods that are there any outside the box methods that your department or maybe any other departments are using to kind of try and beat them to the punch or catch them in that act?
So the question is, they're using non-traditional methods to navigate these chats, and is there anything outside the box we're doing? Unfortunately, in this arena, we're always playing catch-up. Both on the legal side, there's certain things we can and can't do legally, and then as far as these apps, they're just constantly being brought up, and it seems like we're always playing catch-up. So while we are cutting edge as best we can be, I think we're always just a little bit behind the curve, because these individuals, these sick individuals, sit at home day in and day out trying to figure out how they can victimize a child, groom a child, or actually come overtly and try to have sex with them.
Sheriff, how important is it to have this type of collaboration? You see everyone behind you. It's like a rock solid wall. I mean, could you have been able to secure these people just doing it alone, or how important is this collective collaboration?
So the question is, how important is a collective collaboration? And I already said I'm just Martin County. But with the strength of these individuals behind us, there's nowhere, I would say, in this, almost this world, that we can't reach out and touch you. If you commit a crime with the backing of these individuals behind me and their detectives, we will come and get you and we will prosecute you. Yes, sir.
Speaking of immigration, do you know how many people were apprehended during the immigration enforcement operation that happened about 2 weeks ago? Between like October 19th and 25?
Yes, so the question was, do I know how many people were apprehended during the immigration operation, which happened, I believe, 2 weeks ago? So it wasn't my operation, it was done by the Florida Highway Patrol and ICE, but it's my understanding that there was 152 individuals that were taken into custody between Martin and St. Lucie County.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Any other questions for the individuals behind me?
Let me just correct an error I made. I called you the sheriff of St. Lucie County.
I know who I am.
And then you know why I did that, don't you? You don't have any hair either, but sheriff of Martin County.
Thank you. All hearts clear?
I actually have a question for Tom.
Absolutely.
Obviously, new laws were passed recently, specifically targeting a lot of these predators, especially when the children are under the age of 14. Talk to me about how you plan on implementing those laws in these future cases, especially when we heard a couple of the children were rather young.
Yeah, so the question is, how do we implement newly created laws from our legislature? And you know, it's a learning process, both on behalf of law enforcement as well as my office. The Florida legislature has been extremely proactive. Our governor has been extremely proactive in this realm. And so what we need to do is just simply keep abreast of changes in the law. We recognize that any time there's a child who's been victimized, who is under the age, really the operative age is 15 is kind of what we're looking at here, although it can be 16 and 17-year-olds as well under these particular statutes. We're just going to aggressively enforce those. The legislature has given us the tools. We simply now need to bring them to bear upon these people.
Any other questions? Thank you all. I really appreciate you being here today and giving us a little time to highlight the work and really give a warning to parents of just how important it is.
The Martin County Sheriff's Office wrapping up that news conference. 18 arrests in a matter of 3 days when it comes to suspected child predators. We've got to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. When we come back, we're going to get you to Houston for Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem thanking TSA workers for their work during the government shutdown. So keep it here on Fox Local.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you to George Bush Intercontinental Airport in Houston, where Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem announcing a $10,000 bonus for TSA workers who had been working during the government shutdown without a paycheck, and also highlighting some standout employees. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Of an excellent employee, but she also, during this time, was through the process of trying to buy a home when the government shut down. She was going to be moving and excited about undertaking that change in her life with her family, and that had to stop dramatically when her paycheck quit coming because of what was happening with Chuck Schumer and the Democratic Party refusing to ensure that our security officials were getting their paychecks. I'm hopeful that she will be able to go and purchase a home soon, now that that has been restored, that this bonus check will be helpful to her and her family at pursuing the American dream of home ownership, and that also, as we talk about her, that her example of optimism and cheerfulness despite these kinds of hardships will be something that the rest of our TSA employees can look to, but also the American people, recognizing that even when these challenges come, that we can take them on and continue to be an encouragement to people around us. So today, though, we have many other TSA officers here that I'm going to be handing bonus checks to. Every single one of these individuals served with exemplary service, which means they were an example of not only taking seriously the security concerns and measures that TSA has to every single day in the Department of Homeland Security, but also they went above and beyond. They helped individuals, they served extra shifts, they helped with transportation of people getting back and forth to work, other challenges that families may have. They were all examples of what we need, and we will be continuing to not only recognize employees across the country, but we will be looking at every single TSA official that helped serve during this government shutdown and do what we can to recognize that and help them financially with a bonus check to get them and their family back on their feet. So with that, Rico, I want to present to you a check and say thank you from the American people. Appreciate it. Ashley, thank you. Yes. And is Leo here? All right, Leo. There. I'm also incredibly grateful for everyone in this community, this airport, the private companies that stepped up and helped support these families during the government shutdown when their paychecks stopped. And I just can't say enough about the partnerships that we've been able to build in light of this tragic situation when the Democrats shut down the government, that we still saw the best of America. We saw people come together and support each other, take care of each other, and go above and beyond to make sure that the mission of the Department of Homeland Security was fulfilled, that it was to keep the American people safe with honor and with integrity, and that we can continue to do that. I do want to recognize our Federal Security Director, Juan Sanchez, who is with us today, and thank him for his service and all of his hard work to take care of people and keep them safe each and every day. He also has two deputies, Jimmy and Jose, who help him every single day in this role and in this facility. And I also am extremely grateful for how they have partnered together with those private companies, individuals, and donations to make sure we were taking care of our frontline individuals, keeping our security measures in place. There's a lot of exciting things going on at TSA, a lot of good news, and we're grateful that we are able to not only support the families that are a part of our workforce, but that also we've been able to implement policy changes that make travel easier for those individuals who go through TSA. I think everybody is very happy about the security measures and technology that we've implemented, but then also allowed people to do different measures going through security lanes, such as keeping your shoes on, and still going through the technology that's necessary to make sure that we have safe transportation systems. We are implementing veterans lanes and military lanes so they can have a special screening process that's expedited for them, being grateful for their service to our country. And also we're implementing family lanes across the country for families that may have small children, recognizing that that's a little bit of an extra challenge getting through the TSA security checkpoints, and we want to make sure we have extra help there and extra measures to help do it in a way that can be pleasant and enjoyable for that family as well. We're continuing to make sure that the investments at TSA facilitate the traveling public. They support the individuals that live in this country, but also the commerce of this country to make sure that our businesses and our families that make the backbone of America can continue to be successful and to be safe while they do that, meeting the emerging threats we may face from around the world. We're grateful for these TSA employees behind us today. We're grateful for their example, what they mean to America, the fact that they show up even on a bad day. They continue to do their work, and they do it with embracing the mission of TSA, which is to serve the public and to keep people safe. Many of them took an oath to this job because they recognize the threats that America faces, and they wanted to serve in this position to help keep people safe. I think that's remarkable. We need more people like that in this world today, and I think they're all great Americans. So thank you for your service, and with that, I will ask Juan, did you want to say a few words? I'll let you open it up to you, and then we'll take some questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. Couple of words. I really just want to thank my entire leadership team for getting us through this challenging time. For the many leaders across the country at TSA, I know it's been really tough, but thank you for bearing in there and hanging out and looking after our people. That's exactly what it's about. We couldn't have done it without these officers behind me and the entire leadership team. It was an entire group effort. We were supported by the airport community, our key stakeholders in Houston, and likely across the country. So thank you all, and my hat's off to every TSA employee. Thank you for what you do. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. With that, we'll open it up to any questions you may have. Yes, sir. This is not everybody here that works at this airport that will be getting checks. We're going to continue to evaluate every single employee that helped during the shutdown and stepped up and went above and beyond. Sure. Mm-hmm. That's not necessarily the parameters. We're going to look at every individual that did exceptional service during this period of time when there were so many hardships. So the mission of Transportation Security Agency is to facilitate safe travel for commerce and for individuals. They go through our country's airports. People who met that mission and went above and beyond are the folks that we're focused on. Yes. Oh, there was tens of thousands of individuals that stepped up and continued to serve. Many of them took on extra shifts, much like Rico did, to fill in for individuals who couldn't necessarily be there every single day. But we're so proud of every single individual, whether they were a frontline agent at a security gate, whether they were administrative. There was many of them that made sure that things still continued to operate at our airports that needed to be done, and tens of thousands of individuals did extraordinary things during this shutdown that we're so grateful is over after 43 days. Yes. Yes, we're facilitating that as soon as possible. They've already missed pay periods and recognizing that that's a hardship on their families. So we did all of the administrative work that we needed to late last night to ensure that that payroll would be processed as soon as possible, and within the next coming days they will get that into their bank accounts.
And then just to follow up, compared to the last government shutdown, there were a lot less call-outs from TSA and government workers at the airports. What do you think the reason for that was?
I think they understand the mission of this administration and the role and the importance that they have within the government. The Department of Homeland Security specifically, we have been very dedicated to making sure that each of our employees feels appreciated, that they understand the responsibilities that they have, but also the mission for why our department was created. Our department was created in response to the terrorist attacks of 9/11. And TSA is unique because so many of the employees that I talk to that work in this agency specifically signed up because of a story tied to 9/11, because they understood the responsibility that we have to make sure that individuals getting on these airplanes are the right people, people that love this country, that want to just travel and not commit harm and harmful acts against individuals. And that's why they serve, and that's why they joined this agency. So we're grateful for that, but I think having those conversations and supporting their families is very important. I've told many people that when you are having a crisis at home, when you're dealing with something difficult at home, you can't pay your bills or your family's struggling with a health issue, it's very difficult to do your job with excellence. It's very difficult to do your job with every part of your being when something at home isn't going right. And so that's one of the things that we worked to do during this government shutdown that was pushed on us by the Democratic senators out in Washington, D.C., was to make sure we supported our employees, took care of their families so that they could show up every single day and make sure they kept America safe.
Leslie Dulles for Fox 46 KRIB here in Houston. Does DHS support classifying TSA agents as essential with guaranteed pay to prevent this situation from happening again?
You know, that's something that we're definitely having conversations still with the administration and the White House on. Absolutely, every single one of the agents in front of us, I believe, are essential. I think that these employees at the Department of Homeland Security are essential because they are a national security agency. The task of the Department of Homeland Security is to ensure the safety of every person who's in this country, would leave or come into this country. We have authorities and jurisdictions over every single product or good that is in this country or leaves this country and comes in. And then also jurisdiction over the internet, what's said or communicated or sold. So it's broad authorities, and the people that make sure that we do our jobs every single day are essential to making sure that our security is guaranteed.
Last question.
Basically, it's for division. Is there any specific amount of money to be designated to pay the workers in general? Unions?
You know, we have, because of reevaluating and being efficient and being diligent with taxpayer dollars, have $2,025 that have been left over from some of the savings that we've been able to negotiate on different contracts and different spending requirements that when this administration came in. We will be utilizing that to make sure these bonuses are paid. But no, we're going to be recognizing employees who served with exemplary service. They will be getting $10,000 checks, each of them, and we will continue to recognize all of them that we believe are extremely deserving serving during such a difficult time as this. Anything else? Okay, thank you. I appreciate
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem wrapping up her news conference at George Bush Intercontinental Airport in Houston, shaking the hands of several TSA workers there who she awarded $10,000 bonus check to. You also heard her talk about awarding those to some more workers across the country who worked with exemplary service during the government shutdown. Of course, they were working without paychecks during that time. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. A toll booth operator at the Orange County Convention Center is accused of stealing more than $50,000. Those are findings from an audit by the county comptroller who looked at the parking at the convention center. There were surveillance cameras set up, and they say they found that this toll booth operator had her own credit card payment processing machine and essentially siphoned off the money, $57,000, from more than 2,000 drivers driving into the parking lot thinking they were paying for parking. This was Orange County Comptroller Phil Diamond speaking with us yesterday about his findings and what it means for the county.
What are the main findings of this audit?
So I think the main findings are a couple of things. Number one, we had done a similar audit back in 2017, and we had some findings. We were concerned that theft could occur, and we made recommendations. So I think finding number one, it's good to go back and re-audit and make sure that everything that should have been done was done, and here everything was done. Number two, it's also important to make sure that you implement all of our recommendations. As you may have seen in the report, the convention center became suspicious of an employee, and they wanted to see whether or not this employee was stealing money. So the way they were able to confirm that was through the cameras that we had recommended before, and the convention center, to their credit, implemented the recommendations we made. So because of that, they were able to catch this person. Going forward, there's another recommendation that we're making, which is that they develop a system to count the number of cars going into the convention center, because you might see a certain amount of money every day and as far as what you collect, but we want to make sure that the cars are counted, because that way you know how much parking revenue you ought to have. And if you don't have all that parking revenue, if you have 5 cars, it's $20 a car. You should have $100 at the end of the day. If you don't have $100, there ought to be a reason for it. Now, maybe somebody got complimentary parking because they're part of the show. That's fine. Or maybe you had somebody that could re-enter for free. That's fine. But if you're supposed to have $100 and you don't have $100 and there's no good reason, then that's a problem. So, we're recommending that the convention center look at this more frequently, and that they develop a system where they can count the cars going in.
Very good. Now, I just want to make sure I read this correctly. Did it show that after that employee was caught and identified, then they were rehired?
That's right. Now, there was probably 7 or 8 years between the time they were fired and the time they were rehired. And as a result of that, it's something we didn't really get into in this report, but as a result, the county has updated and approved its procedures to make sure that when someone is fired, that the system, the personnel system, makes sure that the reasons for that firing are laid out in the report, because otherwise this will happen again. You could see that some department like the convention center could rehire someone and not know that this person was fired on suspicion of stealing or whatever the reason might be. And that's something that the county identified as well. And that's something that they need to do, and I'm glad to see that they're working on that.
Is there any reason why that person wasn't red flagged? Like, as soon as they applied for the job, they said, "Oh, wait a second."
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and that's clearly a defect in the HR systems that they have, and that was something that needed to be fixed. And this probably this might have been the reason why that came to their attention, was you don't want that to happen again. because since 7 or 8 years had gone by, I think a lot of the people who may have worked with this person in the past weren't there anymore. So they may not have known that this was a person who had these issues. So that's why I think it's a good idea that the county update its procedures. In fact, I talked to the mayor a couple of nights ago, and he brought that up to me, that when he heard about that, he wanted to make sure that the system got fixed so that you wouldn't have this happening again. And that, that sometimes happens with audits. You may be focused on one thing, but something else might come to your attention that needs to be looked at. And I'm glad to say that they're doing that they're working on that. They can make sure that you're not going to be rehiring people you shouldn't rehire. I mean, no organization wants to do that or should do that.
Was it the audit that identified that was the case, or how was it identified that this person was rehired?
Okay, so there's a story behind that. We, of course, we of course had our suspicions 8 years ago, and I don't know that the convention center management at that time believed it. In fact, I know they didn't believe it, and that if you look at some of the reporting, like the newspaper article from that time, it'll say that. In fact, I think Fox 35 had done a story where they were very skeptical about our finding. But as I've learned through my time here, our auditors are very good, and they discovered that, and they were right. Going fast forwarding, how did the convention center discover this? Well, my understanding is that somebody who had paid a parking fee was trying to get a refund of the taxes that went along with that. They made a request, they sent in their receipt, and they said, we'd like a refund. And the convention center checked their records, didn't see anything in their system that said this person had paid a parking fee. So that caused them to look at that. What they were able to do with the cameras that we had recommended they install, they checked the cameras and they found what was happening here, which was somebody had their own credit card machine that they used to process the parking fees. And according to our findings, there was about $57,000 that was missing. And could it have been more? Sure. But that's what was documented, and that's what the sheriff's department worked with.
Gotcha. And so it was like this person was first identified for criminal activity in 2017, and then were they doing that same kind of activity during that time?
Well, at that time, the convention center was taking cash payments.
Oh, okay. So
it was a different system, and one of the reasons we recommended they stop using cash is it can be easier to steal cash than it can be if you're requiring credit card payments. Mm-hmm. But what was discovered by law enforcement and the convention center staff last year was that this person had their own credit card machine, a Square, if you've ever seen those, and they were having the payments directed to their own personal account instead of the convention center's account. And apparently, this person was also creating their own receipts, which were designed to look like convention center receipts.
Do you happen to have the arrest report? Because they're really, when we ask for some records, something like this from like Orange County Sheriff's Office, they'll take a week or two to get back to us with anything. Do you happen to have access to that?
It's public record. It's on the clerk of the court's website.
Okay. Do you have the person's name?
We can get that for you.
I would love that.
Mm-hmm.
So when this was first identified, so in 2017, this person was stealing cash?
We think it's likely, yes.
Okay. Were there charges filed? Were they sued, serve any penalties?
No, I don't think, and let me just check with my staff, Matt.
Because they didn't have the cameras back then, so we knew that there were transactions that were missing for cars that were going in, but we couldn't prove that it was being stolen because there were no cameras. Whereas now they had the cameras so they could see that of how she was stealing.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like there wasn't the evidence at the time.
There wasn't the evidence, and I think that the management at that time didn't take our finding as seriously as they should have.
Mm-hmm. Have you discussed that with them? Have you kind of like taken them to task over it?
Well,
they got back to me with a statement.
Well, and let me be clear, it's not the current management.
Mm-hmm.
They have, thankfully, they have new management in place, and this management team took it seriously. They discovered this. They found out about it. They contacted law enforcement. They did what they should have done, and frankly, that's how it should have been handled years ago. But it's not about, this report's not about that. It's about what's happening now. And what's happening now is you've got people who took this seriously, and you've got people that used the cameras that we recommended and who contacted law enforcement and were able to bring a case. Because one thing to be clear about is the convention center is one of the things that gets funded with tourist development taxes. And the better the convention center does, the less that Orange County has to pay to the convention center to keep the doors open. So nobody wants to see money disappear because it's stolen. The more and better the convention center does, the less it needs from Orange County.
Do you think that this activity, this missing $57,000,
Mm-hmm.
would have been identified and pursued had you not done this follow-up audit?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, they told us about it. When we start an audit, the team will meet with whoever we're auditing just to talk about issues. And they brought that up to us and told us about it. And the fact that they had somebody that they thought was stealing.
Mm-hmm. How much does it help the taxpayers of Orange County identifying and making sure that stuff like this kind of work gets done?
It's huge. It's huge. You could look at our specific recommendation, and that'll tell you that you've got someone. The proof is there that someone took $57,000. You know that in the future, if they have questions, they'll have cameras. Hopefully, in the future, they're going to have that system to count the cars. But overall, the big picture is, this is why you've got a county comptroller. This is why I think it's a good idea that I'm independently elected by the taxpayers. We can audit what we think we should audit. We can make our decisions, and we can make our findings, and nobody tells us what to say in the audit findings. And I'll tell you, and you know this, you've been here many a time now, Matt. Oftentimes people don't like our findings. They don't like it when we point out waste or other issues that need to be pointed out. But the fact of the matter is that we've saved taxpayers millions, and we're going to keep on doing that.
Orange County Comptroller Phil Diamond talking about the findings in that audit that believe they uncovered $57,000, at least, you heard him say, at least $57,000 that had been stolen by a Orange County Convention Center, a toll booth operator. We should note that parking is a big source of revenue for the convention center, $9 to $11 million over the past couple fiscal years. It's kind of that typical range there. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us. We have talked about how the government shutdown is now back. The government shutdown is now over. The government is back open. Airports hopefully going to be able to get back to regular operations. We had that news conference from Secretary Noem thanking TSA workers who worked during the shutdown. We've heard a lot from Secretary Duffy over the past few days because of the FAA mandated reduction of air travel. And so now that the government shutdown is back, or I keep saying the government shutdown is back open. Now that the government's back open, hopefully these airports can get back to full staffing at air traffic control towers, that the reduction can be kind of phased back to full capacity. But that is something that we've heard is going to take some time. And earlier today on Good Day Orlando, Margaret Wallace, who's an assistant professor of aviation management at Florida Institute of Technology, she was on Good Day Orlando to talk about how some of these could impact holiday travelers, especially here in our area.
The good news is we are getting back to normal. The big question now, how soon will that happen? So, it takes a while for these airlines to get their flights back to normal. It takes a while to get the workers and staff in. How long might this take to get back to normal?
Well, we're definitely going to see a few days, if not a few weeks. As we come into the holiday season, flights are actually added, and we're still going to have a drawback on the number of flights that we can still offer as far as air traffic control goes. Not necessarily related to the shutdown. We'll get back to normal on that. But we still have a shortage of controllers, and that's going to be a long-term issue.
Take us through the staffing issue, whether it's controllers or with the airlines themselves. They know this is coming for about 24 hours, but they have to wait until it's signed, which was last night. How quickly can they move, and what are some of the hurdles they face when getting back to normal?
Well, I think they can pretty much recover pretty immediately as far as getting new flights and selling tickets as appropriate. It's just what can the industry handle as far as the air traffic system. I think we're still going to see a slowdown. Luckily, we came back from the 10% to 6%, but as we go into a busier season, that still takes a bigger cutout.
Yeah, as you know, Thanksgiving's 2 weeks away, but really you have to look to the weekend before Thanksgiving because that's a lot of when the travel starts. So we're just about 9 days away from that. The good news is we should be getting closer. Are you optimistic that maybe we can see as normal as possible for Thanksgiving travel?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, with the normal delays that we normally have during the holiday season with weather conditions and things like that, I think it'll look a lot more normal based on that.
Finally, just the morale, just the sense of relief. I'm sure there are mixed emotions for all these workers, but just the fact that they know their regular paychecks are going to soon be coming back to them.
Yes, I've spoke to many friends, and they are very happy to know that they're going to have a paycheck coming.
Yeah, I mean, 40-some days is a long time, so I can only imagine there are a lot of emotions that way, especially with the holidays around the corner.
Yeah, let's hope things are going back to normal and a lot more smooth by then. Live look at Daytona Beach right now from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. We have seen some impacts from the cold temperatures along the beaches, including in Brevard County, some cold, stunned sea turtles that were found along the shore of a beach in Melbourne. They were rescued by some folks, 2 professional turtle rescuers who came across them, were able to rescue them, kind of get them back to health. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson was out there this morning to learn more about what they do in that situation.
This is such a cool and special story. I am an avid animal lover, and I think a lot of people in Florida like to appreciate the wildlife. So we actually have a professional turtle rescuer and someone who walks along they both walk along the beach every morning, which that's pretty nice. But we have Teresa, who you found these baby sea turtles, and we also have Shag, who you help rescue them on a regular basis. So good morning to you both. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here. First and foremost, tell me, Teresa, a little bit about what you stumbled upon, because this is also not your first time.
No. So we're out here every morning looking for see the sunrise, looking for the turtles. So there was one, he was not moving, wasn't sure if he was dead or not. So I looked around, and we ended up getting a total of 45, some of my friends and I, and called the Sea Turtle hotline, and they told us that we could gather them. and take them to the Sea Turtle Preservation Society and put them in their cooler. And that's what we did.
And very important that she only touched them with permission. You are not supposed to touch the baby sea turtles if you see them. So, Jack, I want to come over to you. Yes, important disclaimer. So tell me a little bit about what you do every day, and because this is a part of your regular life. You walk up and down the beach for miles.
I get to do this since I'm retired.
She has a good life. You worked hard for this.
Yeah, exactly. I'm a volunteer with Sea Turtle Preservation Society, and I'm on a stranding permit. So we get calls to rescue turtles. And here in the morning, I walk every morning and just check for nests that have hatched. And because we have this rack line, and because a lot of the nests are in the dune, we get turtles, the last one or two that come out of the nest, sometimes they're stuck with the little thin roots wrapped around them, and they're sticking their little heads out of the nest. But so we take that and let them get on their way.
So with the cold temperatures, how cold does it have to be for it to affect the sea turtles? Because this week was very unusually cold for us.
Yeah, well, the first day that it happened, it was 42, 45 in here, wasn't it for you? Yeah, and that seemed to give them a start. But the water is 77, so get them to the water. But part of that is either get them to the zoo, call the hotline, and then they will tell you what to do with them. But if they're moving and we can get them to the water, then the water will warm them and we can get them in the water.
And really quick for us, can you tell us, do you know the hotline off the top of your head? I'm putting you on the spot. That's okay. But I'm sure if you Google, and there's probably a website too, but really important information. And I think it's really cool that you have found more than one, and you guys are like friends, because first of all, it's just a nice community here. And secondly, you guys have helped rescue these sea turtles more than once. And I think that's amazing. How does it feel to do that?
It feels pretty good. I take care of babies for a living, so they're just babies.
Is this second nature for you?
Second nature, she's amazing. She just told me what she did. We need her.
Well, we need both of you, and everything you've done. I'm sure the baby sea turtles, I mean, I think there were, you counted about 45, but there were so there were roughly about 300, I think the Brevard Zoo had collected.
I think on the news article last night, it was 160 the zoo ended up getting. They released a bunch that did not have to go to the zoo.
Oh, I see.
They release them at night.
Yes.
The reason to do that is so it's dark, and that they have a better chance of getting out further, rather than becoming a little more like bait in the morning.
Yeah, so they're a little more easily disguised.
I'm glad they were able to be there and rescue those stunned sea turtles. So just a lot of impact from the cold weather that we have seen this week. But there is a warm up coming. It's actually, you can already feel the difference out there today, but it's going to be back in the 80s by the weekend. So back to the Florida that we are used to, at least this time of year. Well, we are getting ready to take a break here on Fox Local and on YouTube. We will be back at the top of the hour for Florida Live. We're going to welcome in our TV audience as well. We've got a lot we're going to get to. We're going to talk more about the school board showdown. I'm going to get into Operation Dirtbag, arresting more than 200 people, part of an ICE operation that the details were announced today. So keep it here on.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We've been live streaming for the last 3 hours on Fox Local and YouTube. Had a lot of live events that we have been tracking throughout the day, and there is actually more to come in this 2 o'clock hour. So I want to let you know we are standing by awaiting an event at the White House. President Donald Trump expected to sign an executive order to strengthen the nation's foster care system. This is part of the Fostering the Future initiative. That's one of the First Lady's new initiatives that is looking to develop some resources to support kids in foster care. So we are standing by for that. Also want to let you know a little bit later in the show, the launch window opens up for New Glenn's second mission from Launch Complex 36 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, sending NASA's Escapade spacecraft to Mars. So a journey to the red planet starting along Florida's Space Coast. We also are going to have new details from an event earlier today with ICE announcing more than 200 arrests in what they're calling Operation Dirtbag. But we begin today with a school board showdown and strong words between leaders with the State Board of Education for a member of the Alachua County School Board. This is a situation that we've been monitoring for weeks now since the death of Charlie Kirk and some controversial comments on social media that put the vice chair of the Alachua County School Board under a microscope in some ways. And so that school board member was at the meeting today. The education commissioner had invited her to be there. She spoke. She was asked a number of questions. It got heated at times. And I want to play for you at the beginning of that meeting, or the beginning of that part of the meeting. You're first going to hear from the education commissioner and then hear from the Alachua County School Board vice chair.
I'd like to recognize Commissioner Kamoutsas to provide an update.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Petty. As I stated in my earlier report, the issues in Alachua County persist. The pattern of intimidation during board meetings continues, and the public comments and social media posts inciting division and a lack of confidence in the Alachua County School Board are prevalent. I've been horrified and outraged by the public posts and comments coming from Vice Chair Certain. Posts that are egregious for anyone to make, let alone an elected school board leader. These posts target specific community members, are dismissive towards the teachers who work in the district, and alienate many community members. I'm also concerned about comments made during an Alachua County School Board meeting where Vice Chair Certain stated, "We live in a country of laws, but the laws aren't always the right thing to do." It is the duty of every school board member to adhere to and uphold the law. When an elected official suggests that laws aren't always the right thing to do, it raises legitimate concerns about their willingness to follow the laws while serving in office. The community deserves confidence that all board members will act in accordance with the law, not personal interpretation, agendas, or opinion. It is essential that this board can rely on every member of the Alachua County School Board, including the vice chair, to faithfully carry out their duties with integrity and accountability. I'm glad the board requested Vice Chair Certain's attendance today to respond to your questions and concerns. That is all, Chair.
All right. So, Commissioner, you've invited Vice Chair Certain to attend the meeting?
Yes, sir. She's here today.
Is she here? Okay. Vice Chair Certain, would you care to address the board today?
Good morning. I am Tina Certain. I'm an elected school board member from Alachua County, as has been stated. I was elected in accordance with Section 4, Article 9 of the Florida Constitution. I'm one of 5 members that make up my local board, and I do serve currently as the vice chair. A statement and memorandum were submitted by, to Mr. Kamoutsas and Mr. Emerson on my behalf by my attorney. I came to this meeting not as an employee of the Department of Education, but as a locally elected official, chosen by the voters of Alachua County to serve on our local school board. I am not representing the entire board. I came as one member. I'm deeply committed to the principles of ethical conduct and professionalism. I've always conducted myself with integrity, the best interests of students, families, and educators at the heart of every decision that I make. I appear today, as was requested, because of the personal Facebook comment that I made that is projected there, following the tragic assassination of Charlie Kirk. As an elected school board member, I do retain my First Amendment right to express personal opinions on matters of public concern, including commentary on political figures. I even have a right to criticize the President of the United States of America, the Governor of the state of Florida, my colleagues that serve as school boards, elected officials, and even appointed members like you. I retain that as a citizen of this United States of America and the state of Florida. The Supreme Court has long held that elected officials do not surrender their constitutional rights upon assuming office. My personal Facebook comment, while frank and imperfectly worded, was constitutionally protected speech. It expressed a viewpoint on the rhetoric of Charlie Kirk, a public figure whose statement and influence were widely debated. And while there are awards being given out now, there is a good sector of society who do not hold him in high regard for the things that he stood for, and I'm one of them. Criticism of public figures, as I said, and that includes you all, it is not unlawful. And the Board of Education, and any attempt to sanction me for it amounts to unlawful viewpoint discrimination. That said, my comment was made on my personal page, expressed my personal viewpoint about the rhetoric used by Mr. Kirk during his lifetime. I've already said that my wording was blunt, and I regret that. But the words were still protected by the First Amendment of the United States Constitution and by Article 1, Section 4 of the Florida Constitution. It's deeply concerning that an individual elected official is being called before an appointed board commissioner and State Board of Education for a personal social media comment that did not involve school board policy. I wasn't making decisions about students, district operations. It was made on a Sunday on using my personal...
That was Alachua County School Board Vice Chair Tina Certain, who was speaking at the meeting, the State Board of Education meeting earlier today. You also see over her shoulder there Gary Ettinger, who is representing her, sent a letter to the board earlier this week arguing that this is a protected speech. He also was just on our show earlier this week representing an FWC employee who was fired for comments that she made on social media in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we will be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It is time for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area today. And for that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, the man who's accused of plowing into an Ybor City bar, killing 4 people while he was speeding away from law enforcement, appeared in a Hillsborough County courtroom this morning. 22-year-old Silas Sampson was ordered to be held without bond on 4 counts of vehicular homicide. Sampson is accused of speeding down I-275 early Saturday morning, and when troopers tried to pull him over near Nebraska Avenue, they say he took off speeding at 92 to 100 miles per hour as he turned onto 7th Avenue in Ybor City. Now, troopers ended that chase about 10 seconds before the fatal crash due to what they called heavy pedestrian traffic in Ybor City. Surveillance video then captured Sampson's car striking a Jeep, bouncing onto the sidewalk and slamming into people standing between the Copper Shaker and Bradley's on 7th. A motion that was filed states that at least a dozen people were hit. Video shows 2 individuals flying through the air, with one hitting the ceiling and another colliding with a wall before the car came to a rest inside the outdoor patio area. The filing describes Sampson as a continuing danger to the community and says there are no conditions of release that could protect the public. Investigators say Sampson smelled of alcohol and had bloodshot eyes and refused to provide a voluntary blood sample, prompting officers to obtain a search warrant for a blood draw. In custody, Sampson allegedly said that he made a mistake, asked how many people he killed, and told officers just to get him to jail. Now, as I mentioned, 4 people were killed in that crash and more than a dozen others were injured. Again, a judge ordered that Sampson be held without bond on 4 counts of vehicular homicide, but the judge granted him a bond of $100,000 for each count of fleeing and eluding, so that equals about $600,000. But that's kind of null and void because he will be staying in jail until his trial because he was not granted bond due to those 4 counts of vehicular homicide. Garrett?
Wow, certainly a case to watch there. Already seen quite a few developments in that, and I'm sure there will be more to come. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
I want to get you live now to the White House, where First Lady Melania Trump and President Donald Trump are speaking right now. The president expected to sign an executive order as part of the Fostering the Future initiative, an effort of the First Ladies to strengthen the foster care system. Let's go ahead and listen in live from the White House.
A special thank you to my husband for his enduring commitment to fostering the future. The President has prioritized America's foster care children, and shortly he will sign our Fostering the Future executive order. Too many people from foster care community end up homeless, in danger on America's streets. It was 2021 when I developed the idea to establish an impactful platform with an important mission: to provide individuals from the foster care community the ability to secure an entry-level job position and, in turn, financial independence. Fostering the Future, a Be Best initiative, provides individuals from the foster care community with technology-based scholarships to attend colleges and universities throughout America. Fostering the Future sets these individuals on their career paths, but more significantly, it equips each scholarship recipient with a fundamental foundation of knowledge that will endure throughout their lifetimes. Permanency for those who embody the fleeting. I applaud the American universities that have joined my mission. Institutions like Vanderbilt University, University of Miami, and Villanova University. Following graduation, scholarship recipients from my program are prepared to enter the workforce and ultimately become leading executives. Predictably, they will manage thousands of employees and generate significant value for American communities through job creation, access to health care, food security, and other societal benefits. This executive order, fostering the future for American children and families, gives me tremendous pride. It is both empathetic and strategic. It will certainly be impactful. It aims to establish a comprehensive network connecting federal departments and agencies, private sector's businesses, higher learning institutions, and charitable organizations. This will create new educational and employment opportunities countrywide. Our faith-based organizations will continue playing a vital and consequential role. My hope, of course, is that this level of coordinated collaboration will sustain. But today, I call on leadership from these various organizations, including the private sector, to join my effort, rise above the ease of inaction. I predict this small spark today will ignite a profound and lasting nationwide movement. Our united resolve will foster a thriving future filled with compassion and innovation. Together, we will illuminate the pathway for today's foster children to become tomorrow's builders. And tomorrow's builders will foster the future of America's legacy. Thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce my husband, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
I think it's very good, especially for someone that speaks 5 languages at least. I think that's pretty amazing. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. Yeah, well, thank you, Melania. And our country is truly blessed to have this magnificent and very caring First Lady. They love her. Every time I get up and make a speech, they say, "We want our First Lady." I said, "What the hell? I'm not good enough? I'm not good." But thank you very much. Great job. And it's great the work you do in so many ways. This afternoon, I'm delighted to sign a historic executive order building on the Fostering the Future initiative to make America's foster care system better, fairer, and more effective than ever before. And it's been effective, but it's moving in a very strong direction. All of this has been made possible by Melania's incredible devotion to America's youth. Spends a lot of time on it and loves it, and along with our great Usha, you spend so much time, and what a combination. First Lady, Second Lady, what a combination. Thank you. They do a great job, the two of them. They're amazing women. I want to thank Vice President J.D. Vance and Usha. Thank you very much. Vice President, stand up, Vice President. And he did a big thing today. He's going to be on television tonight with the legendary Sean Hannity, so everybody has to watch. I'm sure CNN loves this advertisement, but he will be. I heard it was a great interview. And Secretary Scott Bessent. Scott, thank you very much. An extremely non-controversial Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. But he's right. But he's right. And Scott Turner, thank you very much. Doing a great job at HELP. And thanks as well to Senator John Husted and Representatives Jason Smith, Darren LaHood, Zach Nunn, and David Schweikert. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, fellas. Great group. We're also joined by countless distinguished leaders in the child welfare advocacy ministry and charitable foundations, as well as so many wonderful young people who have experienced foster care and used their voices to champion needed reforms. And I want to thank everybody for being here. It's an amazing day at the White House. Thank you very much. And right behind me, by the way, in about 2 years from now, we'll use a much bigger room because we had to turn away a lot of people. And it'll be right here. This will be the entrance. That's a knockout paddle. It's called the knockout. It looks pretty nice right now, but it's going to look a lot better in a little while. And we're going to go from this room into a room that seats a few more people, and it's going to be beautiful. But I just noticed I happen to be standing here, Peter, and I thought I might as well get you a shot right now. A nice, beautiful shot at the future entrance to something that's really become very popular, the ballroom. They've wanted it for 150 years, and they're getting it, and they're getting the best. It'll be the best anywhere in the world. Each year, more than 15,000 young people age out of the foster care system, and unfortunately, too many struggle to become self-sufficient. The order I will sign in a few moments will provide vital new resources to help young people transition out of the foster care system and live a very happy and a very successful life, very, very successful. With this order, I'm directing the heads of the key federal departments and agencies to establish a Fostering the Future program in coordination with our wonderful First Lady's office. They're coordinating, and they've already been coordinating for quite some time, and I think I hear it's going really well. You're going to have some, when she gets involved in things, it works, I can tell you that. Under this major new initiative, great American companies and institutions will be signing a pledge to invest in teaching, training, and mentoring America's youth who are transitioning out of the foster care system. This will help provide jobs, education, and personal development opportunities to fantastic young people who truly need and deserve them, and they're going to get them. A terrific example of the impact these programs can have is Eric Alvarez from Omaha, Nebraska, who is with us today. Where's Eric? Where is he? Stand up. Good-looking guy. Good-looking guy. Eric and his siblings were placed in foster care for a year when he was 9. He entered the child welfare system again when he was 15, and today he credits a mentoring and mentorship and work experience program for foster youth with helping him to finish high school and start his adult life. And he did really well in high school, by the way, really a great student. But he starts life on the right foot, right? Wouldn't you say? I mean, I think you better say yes, otherwise I'm in big trouble. Otherwise, I'm all by myself up here, Eric. That would be... I hear you're doing incredibly. Now, after graduating from the University of Nebraska and interning for Congressman Don Bacon, Eric is pursuing a master's degree at the George Washington University, and he is a cadet in the Air Force ROTC who will be commissioned as an officer upon graduation. And Eric, I just want to say, great job. You've really been outstanding, and I think that's probably why you were chosen out of so many people. You've done a fantastic job. Congratulations.
President Trump continuing to speak right now at this executive order signing of the foster care system, saying that this initiative is going to help make the foster care system better and fairer. This is an initiative of the First Lady, part of her Be Best initiative, and they're calling this Fostering the Future. President continuing to speak right now ahead of the signing of that executive order coming up in just a few minutes in the White House. We are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live. We'll be right back after this. a live look right now along Florida's Space Coast from our Launch Credit Union camera. We're expecting a launch in the next half hour. Could happen from Launch Complex 36 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. It would be a Blue Origin New Glenn launch of NASA's Escapade mission, taking some spacecraft to Mars. So joining us live now for our Florida Live forecast is Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer. And TJ, the weather looking a little bit better here on Earth and in space
Yes.
for that launch, because yesterday they had to scrub it because of all the solar activity.
It's wild, yeah. I mean, to have such a strong solar storm, Garrett,
yeah.
You know, it's just unbelievable to see the potential to get a glimpse of the Northern Lights down here. And we were seeing some unbelievable images coming in across Central Florida, and even more so the farther north you got.
Yeah, kind of crazy to see. I looked out, I kind of missed it the first night, and then last night looked out and really didn't really see a whole lot. I know it was a little weaker last night than the night before.
Crazy enough, I got home too pretty late, and I thought that we would have been able to get a glimpse in Orange City, and I couldn't. I don't know if we were just close enough to the city lights. Maybe that was why. But I looked out at the front door and I'm like, oh no, I was sad. I was really hoping that I would have seen it, but yeah, the folks that did it, it was awesome.
Still a neat phenomenon. Still really cool that we were able to see it down here at all. Also, speaking of cool, we are kind of going through our warm up back to a little bit more normal.
We are, yeah. It was still chilly this morning, but certainly this afternoon, kind of baby steps in the right direction, and then even more so as we progress through our day tomorrow. Beautiful out there, high pressure in control. That's our Evermore Resort camera peeking off over some of the lagoon, off toward Disney. You can see Spaceship Earth and some of the Disney skyline off to the southwest there with that area of high pressure in control, plenty of sunshine, and that's going to be the big story with this area of high pressure building in. Temperatures going to be really soaring, but it's still going to be with that lighter wind tonight, Garrett. Temperatures still going to be cool, 40s, 50s, still below normal, but it's looking like definitely, obviously, nowhere near as cold as what we had yesterday morning and the morning prior when we had the storm team alerts for the cold temperatures around the freezing mark. So we're certainly expecting a nice boost in our temperatures. So probably want a jacket early tomorrow morning, but then back into the 70s and upper 70s at that by the afternoon.
Yeah, so getting back to more normal temperatures there, we also want to give you a split screen there. You can see President Trump signing that executive order that we were just listening in on. But certainly getting back more to the temperatures that we're used to seeing this time of year. A little abnormal to have that chilly this early, kind of, we're not even to winter yet.
No, and a record-breaking cold at that. We hadn't had that cold of an air mass since January, since late January of this year, but it certainly, with the wind, it was a brutal couple starts that we had, and even yesterday evening, you felt the temperatures plummeting as we had the clear sky and the lighter wind. I was like, oh my gosh, time to pull the jacket out again.
I know, yeah, so I'm kind of glad to be able to put that away for a little bit. I normally run before work and hadn't been the past couple mornings, been running after work just to enjoy that little bit of more of a warm up in temperature, because it made a difference.
It certainly did. Yeah. I mean, I when I was out, Garrett, Monday night, we were up in Ocala where it was supposed to be one of the the coldest spots in our area. And I had the earmuffs on, the gloves, the winter jacket. I'm like, this is Florida, and this is November. And granted, the temperature still hadn't gotten that cold. It was in the 50s, upper 40s, and I'm like shivering. One of our photographers was like, yeah, I zoomed in on your hand, it was shaking. I'm like, well, I felt it. I was cold.
So now we'll hopefully have a little bit until the next cool down like that.
Yeah, this big ridge, it's really going to take control as we head through the weekend, and temperatures going to get back to essentially normal, and especially for the heart of the country, a big boost in temperatures, above normal temperatures. So we'll feel that as we head into early next week, which will be great if people weren't a fan of the chilly, wintry conditions.
Right. No doubt about that. Well, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us for our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks for having us, Garrett.
Right. Now let's shift gears a little bit. I want to take you down to, let's see, where was that news conference earlier today? It was in Miramar in Broward County, where ICE today announced the results of what they're calling Operation Dirtbag. More than 200 arrests, 150 of them facing sex offense charges, and ICE talking about their collaboration with state officials here in Florida to make an operation like this happen. Here is some of that news conference earlier today.
Pretty used to doing these press conferences in Florida because Florida really is the model for the rest of the country for us to be able to conduct 287G enforcement. Throughout the state of Florida, we have over 335 agreements to be able to do 287G through our task force model, which gives some of these local officers immigration authority to be able to go out and effectuate change in their communities and truly put the American people first. As we've been working with the state of Florida, it really sets a model to the nation of what it looks like when the federal government and the state government is able to work together to effectuate change. We're able to work side by side as partners and not overreach as government to be able to go and remove the worst of the worst criminals. So I wanted to give you a quick timeline of what we've been able to do here in the state of Florida. Months ago, we started with Operation Tidal Wave, being able to have the largest 287G arrests in the country of over 1,000 arrests in just 1 week. We've then been able to open Alligator Alcatraz and the other facilities around the state. We've had multiple 287G ops that have proved to be very successful. We've been able to do CDL operations that we've been able to use that model nationwide, and now we have this one. And today, as Secretary Noem coined it just yesterday, Operation Dirtbag, to go after people who have attacked children in our communities. In just 10 days, we've been able to remove, in partnership with the state of Florida, over 230 of the worst heinous criminals from their streets. Our job as law enforcement is to protect the most vulnerable. Democrats will tell you that that is the criminal illegal aliens who they have let run free in our communities, but not this group of law enforcement. We know that it's the children that is our job to protect. These men and women put their lives on the line every single day to protect the children of their communities and protect the American people and put them first. And that's just what we've done. These heinous criminals have gone and attacked children at their most vulnerable state, and law enforcement has stepped up to the plate to remove them from the communities. Over the last 10 days, we have removed 54 sexual predators, 164 offenders of sexual crimes, 2 convicted murderers, 1 convicted of drug trafficking, and 8 other heinous felonies. The men and women of Florida law enforcement, thanks to Governor DeSantis' leadership, we've been able to set the tone for the nation of removing the worst of the worst. We've been able to partner in a way that we're able to model for the rest of the country, and I could not be more grateful for the opportunity that we have to stand together as law enforcement to be able to protect the American people. President Trump has made it his mission and allowed the men and women of ICE to go after alien criminals who came across the border due to open border policies. President Trump and Secretary Noem have made it a priority to let the men and women of ICE go out and do their job, to make historic partnerships just like here in the state of Florida and nationwide. And together we have been able to remove, again, over 230 heinous criminals from their communities. Anybody who hurts a child in this country should not be allowed to run free. Somebody who has a lot of young people in their family, I know firsthand it is our job to protect them. When you have President Trump, who's a father and a grandfather, Secretary Noem, who's a grandmother and a mother, knows firsthand what it's like to be able to protect their young people in their communities. And that's what we're able to do every single day. So again, I want to thank Governor DeSantis. I want to thank the state of Florida for this historic partnership that we're able to have with 287G and how successful Operation Dirtbag has been.
Governor DeSantis took swift and decisive actions when President Trump was inaugurated to ensure that Florida set the bar on what 287G enforcement and cooperation with the federal government look like. Because of the steadfast leadership from Governor DeSantis, the bar has been set for the nation, and we will, on behalf of the state of Florida, continue to collaborate and work with our DHS partners. From day one, Governor DeSantis understood the all-hands-on-deck approach in this 287G program would be instrumental in the success of the program. I proudly stand here today on behalf of the state of Florida and say that every state agency in the state of Florida have active 287G certified credentials and have made a 287G task force arrest.
we're all 287G qualified within our state. And I will say to Executive Director, he handed me my 287G card along with Executive Director Kerner, his 287G card. And so we are fully active all the way from the top to the bottom, 287G compliant. This operational criminal return is another fine example of what exactly the President Trump said. Let's get the worst of the worst out of our country. Governor DeSantis and our cabinet leaned into it, and we said we're going to do it even before the president was able to take office. Our state has leaned forward on immigration and trying to get these type of folks out of your community. These are some of the worst child molesters, rapists, murderers, convicted criminals that have been in and out of your community for a long time. And we're not going to stand for it anymore. Thanks to Deputy Director and the Immigration Customs Enforcement, we're allowed to go after these folks and get them out of your communities. The investigators and the law enforcement officers you see here today are fine examples of those who came together along with the other federal, state, and local partners to put together a plan to go after these folks that have been in your neighborhood. No more will they be in your neighborhood conducting havoc on some of these folks here. Now, I just wanted to let you take a look at your boards over here, some of the worst of the worst. Let's start with Armando Rodriguez Garcia, a registered sexual predator convicted of lewd and lascivious assault on an 8-year-old and 6 count of attempted sexual battery on a 9-year-old and 11-year-old. He has been arrested a total of 10 times. Then you have Ariel Bueno Valdez, another convicted sex predator who sexually assaulted a 5-year-old child. This individual was living freely in Florida's community before his arrest. And finally, another one you have over there is Jose Prieto Castillo, also a sexual predator who was convicted of lewd and lascivious molestation of a 9-year-old child. And the abuse didn't happen once. It occurred over a course of several years.
Was FDLE Commissioner Mark Glass speaking at that news conference earlier today in Miramar. We are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live. Still getting ready, gearing up for that launch. Here is a live look from the Blue Origin live stream right now. The rocket is loaded and ready to go. Again, that launch window opening at 2:57. Right at the end of our show here, but we will continue with our live streaming coverage of that past 3 o'clock. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back after this. Welcome back to Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We were just talking about illegal immigration and some of the enforcement efforts. We heard from ICE earlier today in Broward County. We also heard from Chief Financial Officer Blaise Ngolia, who held a news conference earlier today, who was also speaking about the immigration enforcement. He was in West Palm Beach at the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. He was joined by a number of officials from around the area, including Indian River County, Palm Beach County, St. Lucie County as well. And they were talking about the reimbursement of these local law enforcement agencies for the work they do as part of the immigration enforcement. He also awarded some grants and talked about the importance of their work. This was the CFO just a little bit ago.
It is my honor and my privilege to continue our work with ICE, the Department of Homeland Security, and President Trump to make our communities safe again. When we started off with this 287G program, when we started off saying that this state, Florida, led by Ron DeSantis in our legislature, we're going to stand up to the cartels and to the federal government and say no more will we have these criminal aliens settle in the state of Florida, we were criticized. We were criticized because of all the costs that the taxpayers were fronting here in the state of Florida. Now, thankfully, this state is in much better financial state than most other states, and we had the resources to do so. But the media was going out every day and saying that we were never going to get reimbursed. They were hyperbolic to the fact that it was going to cost, Alligator Alcatraz was going to cost taxpayers $400 million. And the liberal media was they were writing articles every day. The Open Borders apologists were writing editorials every weekend saying that we're never going to get reimbursed this money. Well, guess what? We got reimbursed that money. Shame on them for making it sound like we weren't doing our job, knowing what was going to happen and protecting our communities. But in addition to that, these guys up here, they train their people. That costs time and money and a lot of energy keeping our communities safe. And that's why today I am happy to award $2 million from the State Board of Immigration Enforcement to support our sheriff's offices in their efforts to assist ICE in immigration enforcement. This money helps our local law enforcement agencies in the fight against illegal immigration and deporting criminals out of our country and out of our state. Funds awarded today are reimbursements, something that the Open Border apologists and the liberal media said that we would never get back. But these are reimbursements from the state or local law enforcement agencies for the 287G training programs and the equipment necessary to assist ICE in the enforcement of the immigration laws, in addition to bonuses for the officers that are 287G certified in assisting those 287G operations. We're going to award some checks here today, and then we're going to take some pictures. We're going to get together, take some good group pictures. I will then close it up. We will hear from our law enforcement partners, our sheriffs, and then I will answer any questions. So first, Palm Beach County's Sheriff's Office, $94,373.50. Can't we round these things up to even dollars, please? Oh, I'm sorry, not Palm. Oh, I think that's the wrong one. No, Palm Beach. Yeah, that's right. Oh, what? I'm sorry, 994,000. Forgive me. Let's get her right there. How much did I say at first?
94,000.
It's a lot more than 94,000. St. Lucie Sheriff's Office, $998,605.39. Sheriff Del Toro. As you can see, Sheriff Del Toro and I go to the same barber. Yes. Indian River County Sheriff's Office, $93,344.45. He has much better hair. Much better hair. All right, let's get all of us up here. Let's take one big group photo. Let's do this. Thank you all again for your hard work and for what you guys do in our communities. Our law enforcement officers put their lives on the line every day to protect Florida's families. You guys are the real heroes. Thank you. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Now, despite the challenges you face, Florida's first responders show up with integrity, courage, resolve, and commitment to public service each and every day. While some states, your service will go unnoticed, not here in the state of Florida. We deeply value your work, what you do in our communities, keeping us safe. I want you to know that the governor, the Florida cabinet, and I will have your back no matter what. So next, let's hear from our hometown heroes. First up, Sheriff Del Toro from St. Lucie County.
That was CFO Blaise Ngolia. You see St. Lucie County Sheriff Richard Del Toro walking up to the podium there now, one of the recipients of some of that funding to help cover the costs as these local law enforcement agencies continue with immigration enforcement across the state as part of these 287G agreements. We are getting ready to take a break here on Florida Live, but we have more to come, including a launch that is still go right now. We are just a few minutes away, about 6 or 7 minutes out from this launch from Florida's Space Coast. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. A live look right now from our Launch Credit Union camera at Florida's Space Coast Launch Complex 36 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, where we are getting ready for the second ever New Glenn launch. This is going to be set up via Blue Origin. It was founded by Amazon's Jeff Bezos, and getting ready to launch 2 Escapade Mars probes that are going to be launching aboard that rocket here in just a couple of minutes. Hopefully, that launch window, it is about an hour and a half, but that launch window opens at 2:57, so we are crossing our fingers. Everything seems to be a go right now. The countdown is T-minus about 3.5 minutes from now until that launch. Do want to let you know that if you are watching on TV, that our show will wrap up at its normal time. But if you're watching on Fox Local, we will be able to extend so you can watch more coverage as that launch continues. So let's go ahead and listen in live. We're now just a couple of minutes away from this launch. Let's go ahead and listen in live to the Blue Origin webcast of this launch as they commence the final countdown here shortly.
Terminal count. They did the final go, no go poll. New Glenn is ready to launch, and we've transitioned into that terminal count. Now, from here on out, you'll be hearing from our flight ops, Patrick Moore.
And from here, the vehicle is also running fully autonomously on software. So our engineers are hands off. They've got their eyes on their screens, but the rocket is in control of itself at the moment.
Yeah, right now they're continuing to condition the propellants on the second stage using chilled helium. You can tell the rocket is nice and cool. And this will continue for another minute or so and helps prep the liquid oxygen and liquid nitrogen that powers the BE-3Us.
Oh, liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. Sorry, that is for the upper stage.
That's right.
And then also on the first stage, we've got. Oh, hold on a second. There's Kent. Hello, Kent. They're ready for a rocket launch here at T-minus 2 minutes to go to launch. One interesting thing to watch here, a couple of things. One is that the 7 engines start in a stagger start. So we've got 3 of the engines that'll start, and then the other 4 engines that start just a second later. We want to make sure that we don't jostle the rocket or jostle the infrastructure too much. The other thing, the thing that you will visibly be able to see that we are go is when we start that big water. You see the big water tower on your left?
That's right.
We are going to flood the base of the launch pad with the water. It helps dampen the vibrations and the heat because, again, we want to make sure that we protect the launch pad, but also the rocket itself here.
And a huge shout out, of course, to Van Horn, to Kent, to Huntsville, Alabama, and our friends here at Rocket Park. We are now, I have gotten the notification, we are on internal power. This is so exciting, Ariane. This is the moment. So that means we've transitioned from ground power to the vehicle's own internal power. We're getting really close here. T-minus 1 minute.
T-minus 60 seconds. Range green. AFSS flight enabled.
Hydraulics are started up on the forward and aft. That's right. You might start to see the engines gimbal a bit here. They're going to move back and forth, make sure they are nice and clear. And we're going to wait here for the big water. Let's turn it back over to mission control. Let's light this candle. Go, New Glenn.
T-minus 30
Now
seconds.
tell me the odds.
Can't wait to see this booster back on Earth.
GS1 hydraulics internal. GS1 at flight level. GS2 at flight level. Hold.
All right, as we've seen here, our team has decided to go into a hold at T-minus 20 seconds. Let's wait to learn just a little bit more here.
Auto safe and complete.
Thank you again, everybody. If you're just joining us, we are awaiting here NG2, the second mission of New Glenn. We're at T-minus 20 seconds. Our team has decided to enter a hold here. We've said it on other webcasts before. We spend years designing this rocket, months building it, months designing the missions. If we need a couple of minutes to make sure that the rocket is ready, that our team is ready, that everything on the range is ready.
That's right.
Then we will take that time.
At this moment in time, I do have a statement that says that terminal count abort. The team is currently investigating. Right now, you've got to look inside of GS2. You can see our twin satellites. I believe that's Escapade.
That launch delayed. It sounds like things are currently on hold right now with that launch from the Space Coast. Again, in about a 90-minute window, we'll see what ends up happening as far as the reason for this hold. Still no details right now. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. We will continue with some more coverage for a few more minutes if you're watching on Fox Local.
Because we had a terminal count abort. Our team, like I said, is currently investigating. So while everything is getting sorted out, we're going to toss it back over to NG2 on the pad and give you more information as it becomes available to us. Welcome back, everyone. You are currently watching the webcast for NG2. Right now, our team is investigating, and we are expecting them to reset the clock. But in this moment, since we have a little bit of time, Ariane, I would like to take our focus and talk a little bit more about Escapade and how it's going to help scientists learn more about the atmosphere on Mars.
Our friends over at NASA put together this great explainer on the importance of Escapade. Let's take a look.
Mars. Once a warm, watery world with a thick atmosphere. Now, a cold, arid landscape with its atmosphere thinned out. What caused this transformation? And how could this environment affect future Mars explorers? NASA's new Escapade mission aims to find out. The Escape and Plasma Acceleration and Dynamics Explorers mission will help us understand Mars's climate history using 2 spacecraft in orbit for the first time.
Escapade gives us what you might call a stereo perspective, 2 different vantage points simultaneously. This will allow us to really make measurements we've never made before.
The mission is studying the planet's real-time response to the solar wind, a relentless flow of particles from the sun that have stripped away the Martian atmosphere. Escapade's twin spacecraft fly in 2 different formations to see how Mars responds to the solar wind in both time and space. The first formation allows Escapade to observe rapid changes in the Martian atmosphere caused by sudden variations in the solar wind.
When we have 2 spacecraft crossing those regions in quick succession, we can monitor how those regions vary on timescales as short as 2 minutes up to 30 minutes.
In the second formation, Escapade will study both the solar wind and the upper atmosphere of Mars simultaneously for the very first time.
We'll have 1 spacecraft in the solar wind so we can measure what's coming in, and then 1 spacecraft closer to Mars. This will help us understand the cause and effect of what's happening when space weather comes to Mars.
Escapade will also help us prepare to send human explorers to the Red Planet. For example, Escapade will give scientists more details about Mars's upper atmosphere that future astronauts will use to send radio and navigation signals around the planet. Escapade's work could also help keep future Mars explorers safe.
The atmospheres can provide a shield that protect humans and other assets on the surface from things like solar radiation or intergalactic radiation. So it's important for us to understand how the atmosphere is changing.
NASA's heliophysics fleet is looking at the sun's influence, and with Escapade, we'll now have multi-point measurements at Mars, which will help us have a more comprehensive picture of what's happening throughout the solar system.
Yeah, just fascinating what these 2 satellites are going to figure out. And ironically, wouldn't it have been so cool to have these 2 satellites up there right now? Earlier this week, obviously, we had a couple of some solar flares.
That's right.
That came off of the sun, what we call coronal mass ejections, and it has just we had to play it extra safe for our customers because it can essentially, if you don't do it right, it can fry the electronics on the satellites, right? So if we had launched, and we were prepared to launch, if we had launched but then put the satellites up there and then it can't deploy its solar arrays, the computers don't turn on. You can't just go up there and pick up the satellite and repair them. Like, that's why those 2 beautiful satellites called Blue and Gold, after the UC Berkeley colors. So that is why we decided to take a little bit of time. But as I said, can you imagine what these 2 satellites would have been able to observe if they were already in the Martian orbit? But for the future, they're going to be up there and taking plenty of data in to be able to do analyses, of course, for our friends at NASA and all of us that are helping build future missions to go to Mars, both for robotics, satellites, but also, fingers crossed, one day for humans.
That's right, Ariane. So if you're just joining us right now, you are looking at New Glenn NG2 out there on the pad. Let's take a moment, toss it back over to the rocket while our team is investigating an issue. All right, welcome back, everyone. You are looking at NG2 out there on the pad. You might have noticed we have reset the clock at L-27 minutes and about 15 seconds to go. We are recycling and resetting the clock with a new T0 of 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, while we have a little bit of time and you see New Glenn out on the pad in all of the New Glenn glory, that rocket is, we have to talk about what is sitting in GS2, and that is Escapade. Now, I actually had the opportunity and the honor to catch up with Dr. Joe Westlake to talk about solar weather effects and how that can affect satellites and what we can expect from the deployment of Escapade. Dr. Joe Westlake, heliophysicist at NASA. We are so honored to have you here with us in the studio. First off, let's talk about heliophysics.
Yeah, so really excited to be here, really excited to see the Escapade launch go up, really jazzed. And heliophysics, right? So heliophysics is an interesting word. It's fascinating because, you know, one, it doesn't exist in the dictionary yet, which is really an interesting thing. We hit our slang era in heliophysics. Merriam-Webster actually just picked it up. But heliophysics is like the science of the sun and everything that it touches. So when we think about Escapade, folks would say, well, like, what does heliophysics have to do with some Mars mission? Why do we care about what the sun does to Mars? Well, you know, Escapade is a space weather mission. We're going out to ensure and protect the space weather effects on Mars, on our astronauts, on our spacecraft that are there at Mars. And as we saw over the last couple of days, space weather is kind of a big deal,
It
right?
certainly is. Can you kind of talk about how space weather affected our launch?
Yeah, so hopefully folks over the last couple of days got to see some really pretty, like, light...
the Aurora Borealis, as they call it.
Just incredible, right?
Stunning.
You know, we saw across the U.S., even down here at the Florida at the Space Coast.
Space Coast, yeah.
Right, we saw a red aurora sat over top of our rocket. And that's really cool, like, that's a pretty light show. But what that really means is that the magnetosphere is kind of angry, right? It's got a lot of energetic particles that have come in from the sun, right? A coronal mass ejection came in, multiple coronal mass ejections came in from the sun, and they pushed into our magnetosphere, creating, you know, space radiation that can cause issues for our spacecraft, which, of course, you know, in the early days of any mission, they're a little bit fragile, right? It's sort of early days. We want to get the solar arrays deployed. We want to get the mission up and ready to go and safely out to Mars. And those early activities are really critical for us.
Certainly. So for people who don't know, tell me a little bit more about the heliophysics tied in to Escapade.
Yeah, so, you know, when we go out to Mars, right, we're looking at how space weather, how the solar wind, how these coronal mass ejections and flares impact the Martian atmosphere, how they impact Mars as a system, how they impact and change how, you know, atmospheric escape happens at Mars.
Because Mars doesn't have the same atmosphere that we do here on Earth, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's always been a big question, right? When I look at the difference between our beautiful planet here on Earth and the water and the oceans and other things, why is Mars so different, right? There's a great question that relates to how Mars's atmosphere has escaped over the years, over the decades, over the millennia. And Escapade's actually going to deliver to us a better understanding of whether the atmospheric escape changes in time or changes in space, right? And so getting that feeling and getting that understanding will let us figure out how Mars has changed over its history and be able to conserve and understand how that applies to us here at Earth.
And for the first time, we have a lot of firsts, actually. So we have 2 satellites that are deploying that are going to give us information. And on top of that, this is the first time we are deploying not during the critical Mars window. We're actually going to go into kind of this, like, lollygagging phase just for a little bit until we hit that window. Can you kind of explain that?
So isn't that amazing? Like, usually when you think about the planets aligning, right? I mean, the greatest planet alignment was when we sent the Voyagers out in the 70s, right? All the planets have aligned. We've gone and done the grand voyage, right? But as you go to Mars, every 2 years a window opens up where you can make the most efficient trip to Mars. And all that means is that Earth and Mars are in the right spot of the trajectory or the right spot of their travel every year to where you can actually get from one to the other. So once every 2 years, we line up and we make this, you know, it's like, how many Mars missions can we get off the ground in that one window?
In that little window, yeah.
But one of the great things, one of the innovations that we're doing here with Escapade today is we're actually going to send it outside of that window. We're going to send it outside of that window because we can put it into a very benign, safe parking orbit and let it sort of hang out, loiter, hang out near us here at Earth. So we can make some measurements about the space weather here around Earth, and we can prep for those spacecraft to then, with their own propulsion, get themselves out to Mars when that window opens. We always talk about how, spacecraft are, frankly, the safest out in space, right? There aren't earthquakes or hurricanes or other things to worry about when they're out in space. And plus, we always love to have amazing data that come down from our spacecraft, almost no matter where they are.
Certainly. And what's interesting is we're sitting here in 2025, but this mission is really going to take, it's 5 years when you also count all the way to when we're going to get the data that starts to come back, right? So 2025, around 2027 is when Escapade will actually be at Mars, and then it starts kind of being reoriented. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, we have a couple of different orbit scenarios with Escapade because we have different questions, right? So one of the questions is, I want to be able to follow, have a leading following orientation of the two spacecraft, and I want to see how things are changing in time by doing that. But then we're also going to spread them out in longitude, so like east-west. And we're going to try and fly them somewhat side by side. But then we're going to ask questions that are like, okay, what's the inside the Martian atmosphere versus the outside? And there's a lot of dynamics and other things that we can do with these, really two very capable spacecraft that we're sending out to Mars.
And another cool thing about your job is you get to work with Dr. Nikki Fox. I was able to grab her into our webcast the other day.
Yes.
But today's a special day for her, right?
Yeah, it's a really special day. So, when we talk about having rockets and lighting candles and other things, this is her birthday. So we get to light a candle today. I think it's going to be really amazing to be able to,
quite the birthday candle.
Obviously, we're not going to blow it out until we get Escapade up and moving, but quite the candle, and it's amazing.
Well, Len, let's send it off to Dr. Nikki Fox. Happy birthday, Dr. Fox, and go NG2.
Yeah, excellent. Go New Glenn, go Escapade, and we're just so jazzed to be here.
And we're so grateful to have you as a customer. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Heliophysicist, who knew? Not in the dictionary, and he gave us so much good information, of course, on why we're affected by essentially that solar weather. So right now, you are looking at New Glenn on the pad as we await the launch of NG2, L- about 20 minutes. But let's take it back over to our very own Eddie Seifert, who is with employees right here at Rocket Park at the best spot to watch New Glenn take to the skies. Eddie, how are things over there?
Hey Tabitha, hey Ariane, we are on top of the world. That's certainly what it feels like on this momentous occasion. And I changed up the view a little bit. Behind me, you see Lunar Plant 1. That's our newest building at Rocket Park. Now, Rocket Park sits on 250 acres of what used to be an orange grove. That was pre-2016. Since 2016, we've added 2.5 million square feet of production space. And our newest building, it's building the lunar landers that are going to help NASA and help Blue Origin return to the moon, this time to stay.
And Eddie, I think we talked about this a little bit on our last webcast. That building behind you is massive. It's hard to tell because you're elevated yourself, but maybe you can talk a little bit to the scale of that building, as well as its location relative to other facilities here at Rocket Park.
That's right, Ariane, if you're ever driving on Space Commerce Way, you'll see it. You'll see just how massive it is, right? If I'm standing on top of the world and that building's even taller, it's tall enough to house the 16-meter tall lunar lander, which is twice as big as the Mark 1 101 Pathfinder that we're going to launch to the moon later this year. When that lunar lander lands on the moon, it will be the largest lunar lander to have ever landed, and we're just going to get bigger from there. So we're very excited about Mark 1 later this year or early next year, and then Mark 2 to return humans to the moon, this time to stay. And you mentioned the co-location. So the fact that we can be co-located with New Glenn means that we can encapsulate that very large lander in the very large New Glenn fairing here on site, and then we can drive it out to our integration facility to essentially place it on top of the New Glenn vehicle, much like we have Escapade today.
Eddie, thank you so much. Always so great to talk to Eddie because he can talk at hours and at length about anything to do with engines, with lunar, and of course, he's our hype man out there with everyone here at Rocket Park. Thank you again. If you didn't notice, on his shirt actually are little lunar landers as well. But right now, we're going to toss it over to New Glenn on the pad as we await the launch of NG2. And in about 30 seconds here, we're going to hear another go poll. So let's go ahead and listen in. Welcome back, everyone. You are currently watching NG2. Now, we are awaiting the go poll for terminal count. Right now, we're in a hold and we're getting more information. But do stay with us. Keep your eyes on that screen because New Glenn is out on the pad and looking absolutely fantastic. All right, everyone, you have your eyes on New Glenn. This is NG2. We're at L minus 18 minutes and about 40 seconds. Now, coming up at the 17-minute mark, we will have that poll for terminal count. But Ariane, right now, I want to talk about how incredible this rocket is, how unique this rocket is. Can you kind of walk through for our viewers what makes this vehicle so unique?
Sure. It's a two-stage vehicle. If you were able to tune in on Sunday, you saw a little bit of this explanation. But basically, when you talk about a two-stage vehicle, all that means, for those of you that are not rocket nerds like us, is that we're just stacking a rocket on top of a rocket. GS1, Glenn Stage 1, is the one on the bottom. It pushes Glenn Stage 2, the rocket on the top. And then on top of Glenn Stage 2, GS2, you see that shroud in there. That's the payload fairing. In the payload fairing today are payloads, NASA's Escapade, the 2 satellites. But what makes this rocket so special? We're going to land the first stage. The first stage is reusable. And what's cool about this first stage in particular is, we've had our New Shepard program, our suborbital program. We've learned so much from that rocket program. And there's actually some interesting similarities between the two, but also some differences. Up here, you see that we've put we call them now the forward fins at the top. Those help with the directional capability. New Shepard also has those. But this one, we also have the strakes. We want to be able to essentially fly this rocket back home and relight the engines. So it's a beautiful rocket. I cannot see it do its thing this first time in just a couple of minutes here.
I know. And at L minus 17 minutes, let's listen in for that go poll for terminal count.